Morning there, Jerry.
Damn, Amazon shop ran at the end of the day yesterday.
Keep an eye on Microsoft. They gave it a big upgrade and it's
Good morning.
quite a bit this morning.
Wow. I think Amazon's gonna run the day. It's gonna come back through that range and try to go to new highs. I don't know if they'll make it today, but definitely keep an eye on it. And shop two's coming right up back to the high.
Hey,
Shop
NVIDIA
had-
could run.
Yeah, Shop had an upgrade today, so it should. I think the target was 1,600.
I think they'll see new highs and then keep going. NVIDIA, let's take a look. Spy broke down here a little bit. Yeah, chart stuff picking up. Yeah, they're straightening up now. Oh yeah, so consolidation 195.38. Oh yeah.
I've been working a lot, but I noticed all the SMH stocks are super strong this week. Even on that down day, all the SMHs were up. So NVIDIA, AMAT, a lot of them. So just something to watch.
Yeah, NVIDIA. Excuse me. I guarantee you'll see 208.75. Its first target this morning is it needs a break. It might have done it already pre-market. It needs to break 197. So that's a level to watch. It's fixing to break it. So
one thing that might help small accounts, especially people that don't do options, is another SMH type ETF that I mentioned yesterday, SOXL. It just did a 15-for-1 split back in February. Before that, it was one of the only ETFs, a 3X ETF, that I would trade options on. And I used to do really, really well on it before the split. After the split, I haven't traded it very much. But basically it moves at 3 times the rate that normal ETFs move at. So it's like the TQQQs, etc. I think that was only a 2X ETF. But SOXL, if it's moving at 3 times the speed, to the other person's point, semiconductors all look really strong. I got into SOXL in my IRA yesterday and it's already up. Or maybe it was 2 days ago and it's already up considerably. And right now it's like 41.85. So SOXL has some room to go. And it looks like it's set up for a pretty decent swing trade too.
Thank you for that.
And you can still trade options on it.
Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, Corey likes XOXL too.
Yeah, I used to trade that a lot. I mentioned that to Jerry a long time ago.
Oh, it was a phenomenal one before it split.
Look,
It's like $500.
Look at IG.
Roku's gonna be long this morning over 425.
For people with cheap accounts, look at IGV. They're doing some Alzheimer's THC. This thing could rip like Sava yesterday.
Could you say that ticker again?
Roku's gonna be long. Sorry.
IGC. Keep an eye on it.
Roku's long. Shop's long. At a Roku. Nice pop. Nice $4 in 3 seconds. Amazon's long right now, breaking pivot high. Amazon long. NVIDIA's long. Amazon long, thank you very much. Amazon. Etsy's long. Shopify's kicking ass. Amazon's coming up. Let's go to pull back on it, get back in it. Carvana's long. Take your money on the way up, so I could take it. Roku's gonna be long going across the 428.
For smaller
Okay.
accounts, that's small.
Documentation, yeah.
Autodesk is long. HD depth filling. Solar's pushing.
Verna.
Autodesk still pushing. Yeah, mine's breaking up to it. Damn, Etsy's still pushing. Holy shit. Roku moved $8 here. Isn't that crazy? Just listen, you got it. Okay. Amazon's long here. Up $30. All that Amazon. So my day's done. Can't pull some more money out of this now. Amazon moved $30. It broke that pivot. It retested the pivot high and kept pushing. That's all you need to know. Roku's going again. S is going again. CRWD still going. HD gap fill. Try to go back up. Amazon brace again be long. Tesla coming up pretty strong. Oh, it is a small pullback to get back in. NVIDIA's long again. Right to it. CRWD still going. Tesla break 660. Oh, it's long. Tesla's long right here.
Novax.
Thank you very much. I'm feeding all accounts today, boys. SQ's long. Carvana's still pushing here. Etsy's still pushing. Crowd's still pushing. Roku's still pushing. Shop kicking ass here. Shop went long again. Tesla's still kicking. Shop long again. Tesla's almost a target. They're crazy the high yesterday. Yay. Nobody's still moving. Video moving. We got clear targets that come back through and take these stops out.
Hey, if Etsy clears 200, are you targeting 207 next or what?
Yep. The video's gonna be long as soon as it crosses 198.52 for another entry. I'm scalping on the way up, so I'll scalp a little bit and then I'll wait the next pullback. I'll scalp again, wait next one. And the video's longer, add to it here. So I scalp, I wait for a pullback, hop back in it, scalp, wait for a pullback, hop back in it. So I'm taking bits and pieces. I'll take $5 here, $10 there, $4 here, $20 here. Right now I'm building in a cushion. That's all I'm doing. Etsy hits that now, it needs to push through there. Volume's still picking up a little bit. Still be careful with it. Your stop should be half this green candle at 198. Amazon trying to go again. I'll show you the Amazon here in a little bit. But, it's a clear entry. Just it's a break and a retest on a 5-minute pivot. Etsy breaks the high today to be long, 36, 12, 8, 10. That's the pulling back slightly. Everything pulling back. How you make your money in the first 5 minutes of the day. QQQ pushes 5 column. Baidu puking. Baidu PMG down. Look at that. Wayfair's coming down. Baba gapped up and running. Let's see here. Baba. Shops long again. Shops at all-time highs again. Holy shit. Crazy. At a shop. It's crazy, man. Breaks 1593 be long again. I knew they'd go high. I know they'd break it. That 2-2 back up. Look at that. Straight up. Making new highs right now. Break retest week. Push up. She's gone. Amazon gonna do the same thing when it's long. It's gonna be long over the high of the day. That measure move right here on 5 minutes. Shop's long again right now. At a shop. That's so crazy. Baidu puking here. It breaks the high again, be long again. And just scalp, just taking pieces. Taking pieces of the pie. Shops on again. Amazon fixed to be long. Shop breaks $1,600. That's really gonna rip right here. Amazon's long right now. Hang on, wait till it goes back green. We'll wait for it to cross the high. Shop breaks 1,600. Some bet you go another 10, 20 bucks. Roku pushed again. Amazon pushed you along the Momo hammer. 5 minutes. Shopify just broke 1,600 and go there 10 or 20 bucks too. They're trying to come back up. That psych number is very important for these big tickers. Amazon hasn't given an answer yet. Damn shop. This guy Momo hammer up. Let's see if shop a hold right here. There's that big movement needs to pull back, move 40 bucks. Let's see what she do. If it starts to come back up too, if it holds here, 2 dudes back up, you can take it target in 1602. That's going all the way back down. Auto desk. I'll come back. I come back there. This thing's pulling back right now. Zoom ripping here. Auto desk breaks 304.91. It's long. Mumble hammer up. Zoom. We're missing it. We're missing it. Zoom fix to be long on this pullback to the upside. Ooh, it's breaking through pivot low in 4 hour.
Net's still going.
Yeah, I like that. Pretty cheap. It's been around for the last week or so, off and on. Got a beautiful higher time for the ticker too. Zoom's gonna be long. Get some pullback on stuff, which is great. We need it. As soon as any ticker that's been green, it had a good run this morning, whether it be Roku, Zoom, Crowd, Carvana, Baba, Docu, any of this stuff. As soon as it breaks the high of the day, it's long again. And if I see the ones that pull back quite a bit, if I see it start to bounce up here, I'll be looking for two back up. Amazon's long right now. Hang on, let it cross. There you go. Amazon's long. Amazon long. Oh, shit. Autodesk just broke 305. See, Carvana's long again. If you're not in it, keep an eye on Roku here. SQ still pushing. Starbucks is going to break, and it breaks a high yesterday, or the pivot high. Roku's going to be long over 431. Starbucks is coming up. All we're doing is breaking the pivots. So if you look at the 15-minute, you'll see the high from yesterday. As soon as you break the high yesterday, it's just long. It's really that simple. These freaking highs. Novak's coming back down here below the pivot. 15. Voila. All right. Starbucks crosses here is long. Yeah, Microsoft on stand here. Amazon. Thank you very much, Amazon. I appreciate you. Have a good day.
Apple.
Apple. QQQ ripping here. Microsoft breaks 286.06 will be long. Above the pivot 60. Autodesk pushing over 50 cents. Carvana is at all-time highs or high. All right, let's keep an eye on shop here. Looks like it's trying to push back up, so we can't too back to highs. All right, so it's going to do. It needs a bounce. It needs to hold this 1584 level. If it does, we're going to try to catch it 2-2 back up pretty strong today. SI is fixing to break here. All we're doing a look is breaking yesterday's high. SI is long right now. Breaks consolidation, yeah. There goes SI. You know. You know. Shit, we missed Adobe. Before 10 o'clock, I'm in and out. I'm not in anything long. I'm not anything for a long time. So Amazon just broke here on the 15.1. Shopify's inside. I'm out of Amazon. I'm still looking to get back in the shop. It's a pretty good move back up to the top. 1602 level here. First solar just popped up. JKS popped this morning. So we got rejection on this red candle here. The downside, if it breaks below it, it's going to be short for a scalp. Target 1585. I'm going to wait on it, even though this short. Ooh, Nvidia gap fill here, guys. First solar's breaking that pivot. the cheap one. First Sterling's gonna be long across to the high here. I'm gonna hammer up. NVDA. We're starting to get a bunch of inside candles here. Bob is 2-2 up. NVIDIA is short for gap fill here. Wait till it goes solid red on you. 429, it's good for $2. Bob. Good pop this morning. Bob is long, Momo hammer up. VIX Doji. Autodesk pushing again. As soon as it breaks the high, they're long. Starbucks is pushing the break. Or his break. Starbucks is breaking here. Target's going to be to pivot high on the 30, 120.48. Starbucks is long. All right, boys. Give me some shop here. SQ fishing go long across the high, 261.76. I'm on my hammer. Bob is still long here. Yeah, 2-2's up. I'm gonna get a piece of shot back to the top here. We got 2 rejects. They make a lower low on the 5-minute candle. If you look, it was long when it crossed yesterday's high here. So it pushed down, came back up. So it was long here. Step it a few times on the way back up, pulls back, goes up. This support here at 1585.39, that's where your stop is going to be at. I'm not in it right this second, but it should hold. If it holds, you can go higher. We're looking for a reversal back up right now. If it gets us a sign of a reversal back to the top side, we're going to target. I'm going to target 16.257. I'll probably be out before it gets up there, but we'll see. If it breaks below that, we're looking to take it short. So if it breaks below 1584.86, take it short. And Amazon's coming down too. Let's pull up Amazon right quick. I know nobody's probably watching the screen, but I'll show you the entry signal on this thing. It breaks yesterday's high right here. It comes back and retests a pivot. Right, and that pivot extends from, I don't know, a few days back, maybe yesterday, I don't know. But it breaks it, comes back and retests it. It holds, pivots good, right? Or if I break a retest, it shows it's good, comes back up. As soon as it crosses a high from yesterday, it's long. It's long. Now, stop on this one here is 36.02. It needs to hold 36.0240. If it does, we can see it bounce back up. Let's see what you do. If not, we'll take my way back down the big green channel they just made. Roku was a nice pop. Open. You ready? Pre-market chart showed the high right here. From yesterday, it lined up at pre-market here. Yeah. So as soon as it opened, it was long over 42 or 425. You're ready to cut it. You can come back down and retest just pivot high on the 5-minute or the 15, don't matter. As long as it stays within 10 cents below that, should be good for a bounce.
Domino's Pizza is ripping.
What's that?
DPZ.
DBZ. Ooh, that looks nice. There's the higher time frame. Yeah, breaking all-time highs here. Big Momo here on a week. It goes outside. Orange. Yeah, the run after the after. Nice. Yeah. Going along to right now. Nice pullback on 15. It goes up. Yeah, let's get this. This crap. All right, we'll look for the shop. We're gonna look at a short shop here. It will be a scout. Shop is gonna be short. Just second shop short right now for a scout. The video's bouncing right now on that pivot as it starts to fill this gap. SQ coming all the way back down. Roper coming all the way back down. Exit coming down. RWD coming back down. Wayfair short. Wicks coming up. Spy coming down. Oh, shot. We're okay here. Look back to pivot. Let's see if that holds and get a bounce. It's a beautiful 2-2 on Roku back there. You know, when you get through this compound inside bar down here, it gets a little bit harder to predict because it's so choppy. That's why we like those blue skies. There's nothing there to stop it from moving. And that's what happened this morning. There was nothing above these things. It broke out of chop. It makes them beautiful. The video is short for gap fill if you're not already in it. Downside here. Out of shop. I get as much as I want out of it. Yeah, green screen on that. Keep an eye on exit here. What a freaking wonderful morning. Jesus. That's what I'm talking about. Turn and burn, boys. Nvidia's almost filled the gap here. Starbucks still breaking that pivot. Keep pushing up. Target pivot high on 30. Bob is still pushing here. JD's pushing up here. It's gonna be high when it crosses 76.60. Target's gonna be pivot high on the 60.
Apple's long.
Apple long breaking. Pivot high 15. How far is that? I'm looking at it, I just can't see. 15, 20 cents. Be nice if it breaks it though, I'll tell you that. All right, Amazon trying to go again. Amazon trying to stop sideways here. So 19. Amazon's long right this second here. Target being 21. And then hopefully it breaks and make a new high here. It's safer to wait till it breaks the high. Shopify is one I want to know about. Push it back up on a hammer. It's either pull back the downside or they start reversing back up. Novak fill that gap, pull right back instantly. That's important to take profits as it gets to target. Let's pull up Novak real quick on the video. Fill that gap right there. And let's turn around right this second. You always want to be taking profits as it gets to your target, especially when it's gap fills on a strong stop. Very important. Target would have been here. You want to be joining ass before you got to it. 20 cents away, 30 cents away, 50 cents away even. They like filling this gap, so now it can come right back up. If it crosses here, it'll be long.
The cross is where, Jerry?
If it crosses 196.38.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. You could actually probably take it long now, but it's safer if it crosses 196.38. Amazon trying to go long here. Your target's the high of the day, and then hopefully a break. Starbucks still going.
You mind taking a look at the 1 hour in Apple?
Yes. Yeah, target's 147.02. I saw it break the high second on 15. Sometimes that pivot, if it's so close, you gotta be really careful because it can hit that double top and come back down. If you look on the if you look from a couple of days ago, you can see it's touched that pivot. It's pretty strong. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 or 7 times. So it's really trying to take a lot of strength to break through there. Whenever you have these pivots, always look on all time frames to make sure how much resistance is on them. Sometimes you'll see one candle. Sometimes you see multiple candles. Like I said, it can't break through there. It definitely can. It just takes a lot more power to push through there. Volume's at 22% of the average, and then we'll just open. There's
Shopify might be coming back around.
Yep. I love it. Shopify's long right now, target 1602. Amazon's fixing to be long. Amazon's long. I took one early. It was a gamble. It's better when they break the high. Nvidia's long if you're not in it. Guess it's trying to come back out. It's always safer when you break the high because it should make a new high. You don't have to. You don't have to do nothing. That's just trying to come back up. It's across this 659 level. It's just trying to come up. Big Doji on 60. Amazon trying to come back down. I might have a really tight stop on Amazon here. It gets double top and come back through. It does, I don't get much back. I'm still green just a hair. Etsy's rolling up here.
Is this a GTO on Baba, or is it probably time to cut it loose?
It could be a slight pullback on there. Let me pull it up. That's the inside on the 15. If it breaks below 215.20, hang on a second, let me give you exact. 215, $215 even. If it breaks that, it's a stop. You need to cut. Right now, it could be just a pullback. It tested the 60 and rejecting off of it. Could start to curl back over here. We don't know. Hopefully, it broke the 30. Hopefully it tests here and goes back up. So you can give it just a little bit here. We always want to give it just a hair. So it's important to give that 10 or 20 cents, whatever you pick, whatever you want. Let's pull up the 30 right quick. Because it can reject off this, or it can break and retest and then keep going. Etsy's fixing to go long here. And on Etsy and stuff like that, you can take those early if they're strong, with the hopes that they break out the top and keep going. It's always safer to break the highs. Now, if you can catch the reversal on the way back up, the target's $5 away. You can take it for the target being high today. All right, right here on the 30-minute, it broke it and retesting. It is breaking that pivot on the 60 there. But we want to see happen as it pushes, retests, and goes. You can add to it if it breaks the high here. And we know that price expands on these pivots here. That's why we allow 10 or 20 cents below. Plus price can't expand. It can expand on it. But
Net
pull back just a bit.
close to being long again. Pretty close.
Can you look Zoom?
Amazon's long here if you're not in it. Zoom's gonna be long. Yeah, right now. Zoom's long right now.
On that inside 15, the merchant move will be around 374.
Let's see, 356 by 364. $8 move. So around 372, 373 is the measured move target. Shopify is almost a target here. Yeah. You want a clean candle on the 5 minutes. So you want to see a solid green candle. Etsy's long here. Starbucks almost a target. Amazon. I went ahead and took money on Amazon. It's kind of bouncing right there. I'm not gonna be greedy with it. I got in early, so. I will look for another entry on it. I'm fixing to take some profit off the shop too. You don't have to target. It should hit the target up there. I'll actually sit here and wait on it. Everybody's different. You take money when you get ready. That's all I can say. I hate telling anybody want to take profits.
Net just went long.
Net. Doc, you trying to break up. Etsy's long here, guys. You really need to take them as soon as they break. And that way you get the best. Adobe's breaking too. Autodesk just broke. Adobe, the new highs. with a clean break. Anytime something breaks a range, you want to see a solid candle. Any kind of hesitation or bounce on the break, you need to give it a second. You need to actually give it 10 or 20 cents more, or even more than that if it's a bigger ticket. It's like Adobe here. It's breaking the high, but you've got to give it just a little bit.
ASAN is another low price ticker that's doing pretty well. ASAN.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah, breaking a 4-hour and a daily pivot. 3 on the week, it goes up 2 month. Nice. Very nice, yeah.
Myrna's coming back up.
Oh, no, looks good. Be careful, the market's starting to fall. Will you stop? Starbucks hit target here. Starbucks hit target. I love when the market pulls back and gets these 2-2s on these strong tickers. Whew. If you're any longs, pull your stops out. When you're watching Myrna, always keep Novax up. Because one usually leads and one lags. Novax has been leading. Novax is trying to break that pivot, failed twice, actually 3 times. So Myrna, you got to be real careful with it. If Novax is not breaking, Myrna usually don't break either. Even though it broke, it's not going to follow through. Yeah, be careful. I keep you side by side. I keep Roku and Etsy side by side. Microsoft breakout. Let's take a look. Starbucks still ripping him, boss. Microsoft needs to break that 286.06. Oracle's making new lower highs. Kind of breaking down. Even though it's got a beautiful chart on it. I used to keep it up all the time. I need to put it back on. I like the tickers got beautiful monthly, weekly charts. Let's trade all these. BDV. And you get down. ABV's trying to 2-2 back up on 1720. It's not a big movement though. CRWD just broke. Starbucks, no stopping this thing. Starbucks is a cheap one. It's the way it's standing now. It's too late for you to get in. Look at this thing. Beast mode. It's breaking that 4-hour right now. Taking those stops out. It should give us a little boost. Bob is reversed, so it's a 2-2 down. Target's a low of the candle, of the previous 15-minute candle. The base of it is short. Starbucks, dang. It was long when it crossed the pivot on the 15 yesterday's high. All we're doing. And you know, you've always got to keep in mind the higher time frames. You can't just take it because it broke the high. You can in the first 5 minutes, first 15 minutes of the day. It's kind of the higher time frames are not so important, but you really want a beautiful upper time frame. It's fixing to break, close to breaking. All right, we're gonna be looking to take Amazon short or shop either one. Okay. Stocks had a big gap up, but usually it always runs around earnings. A lot of retail does. And look at Crouch, this thing's been moving. Let's pull up the weekly right quick. I want to show you the consolidation break on this thing. It's crazy, it's huge. Shop's gonna be short when it crosses the inside bar. So shoot her down. Here's the first one right here. Right here's consolidation. And it breaks right here. Right. Here's the second one. This is the compound inside bar and it breaks when it crosses the pivot here. Chops up, consolidates sideways, so it's chopped sideways, it breaks out. 2 good weeks. This right here is really a chop as well. It breaks, goes sideways again, and breaks again.
Lulu looks strong. It's almost at the pivot high on the hourly, but it's a bull flag on the 4 hour. So if it breaks it, it could go. I think it would be a measured move. Is that a measured move? That candle it currently is?
Yeah, Lulu looks pretty good, well, especially if it breaks that weekly. Breaks the weekly target to 99. Yeah, it's long right this second. Lulu's long. Yeah. But broke out, chopped sideways, broke out of consolidation back to the top. Yeah. It's really good. Pretty strong. The Vex is still pushing here, guys. CRWD just broke too. It's breaking. So 2 back up. Target was always the high of the day. All right. So 200. It breaks 200. Goes that, pulls back. It retests it. It's a beautiful hand. There's a lot of good stuff on this one. Auto desk is long again. There's a lot of good stuff right here in this pattern. There's a lot. There's a lot of beautiful stuff going on here. It gaps up, it pushes up instantly. Pulls back. Comes up. Retest. Gone. I don't care what it does now, but I wanted to show you the high. Comes back down, tries to retest it. Put one higher. It could sit here and start chopping here. And you would take it when it crosses the high that's in here. So it just looks like that. Amazon's breaking to the top side again. That's a breakout retest on that one. I'm just with no pivots. Amazon's wicked out 1, 2, 3, 4 times. You gotta be real careful about taking it long here. It needs a clean break, but it did break. It is rejected though. Right now it's currently chopping sideways. Making higher lows or higher highs.
Yeah, I don't think this Etsy can break 201 here.
Yeah, it's struggling a little bit. They run out of sting. They just made a pretty damn good move. Bob was supposed to go short again or add to it. Crosses the low. So we need a clean break of this thing right here on Amazon. If you lined it up, it's making higher highs. Channel, wedge, panda, something wrong. Making something. It's still strong, yeah. Strap it sideways. Yeah.
I think Microsoft's setting up for a move.
Yeah. Let's bring up Microsoft here. That's a little different. It definitely could. It's what it's doing now is chopping sideways, but it's making lower highs too. But you know, could easily pop out of them. It's wedging too. So higher lows, lower highs. It's going to break out one side or the other. I mean, I could break out the top of that big gap up. And if you look at the higher time frame, this is a beast. It needs to break first out of this 285.76 level. It's safer taking when it breaks 286.06. Beautiful.
Lulu's
Okay.
breaking the weekly pivot. It could just expand it and come back through. But right now it's breaking it.
This right here is going to have a pattern on the daily. And when SPY drops, the market drops, you get this on all of them. All you got to do is look for the strongest tickers and wait for the reversal. It comes up pretty strong, it pulls back. Just the whole market did. And almost guaranteed to catch the top of this thing here. Let's put
You
this.
can buy a pair of pants from Lulu now.
Hey, there you go. And then well, let's pull up shops. Okay, pushing up, because sideways it pulls back. So target's always going to be the high. When the market starts to reverse, you watch it. Pretty good move right there. That's $200 move. It could expand here and come back through. Could keep going here a little bit. Who knows? It's wedging. Let's pull up Amazon, same time. You could be back up.
Yeah, I think Etsy failed here.
Yeah. The stop is 10 cents below that wick on the 15. So Amazon's been making a pretty good run here. It breaks out, actually breaks out here, comes back, it's retested, and then going higher. So we've got a PMG set up too. So when Amazon decides to run, it could actually come up if it wants to in one day and take all these out. Stop's trying to come back up. So it could easily come back up. So on a strong ticker, you just wait. This right here is consolidation, sideways movement. Now you really can't, you can trade it. There's plenty of range, but when they break out and retest, you can guarantee it's gonna come back to here. So if you want to swing that, this is one hell of a swing right here.
Jerry, for Apple, if it gets over the 147.23, then what's the
Yeah.
next resistance? 150-ish?
Yeah, once it breaks out of the day, it's long. If it breaks that doji, it's above the pivot now. Pull that right quick. Yeah, so Apple's long like the second, guys. You know, our next main target is going to be 150, but you can target the top of these candles. The next resistance is instead of breakthrough is 147.36, and then another strong one's at 148. 148 is pretty strong. Starbucks still pushing. Shops wedging, making lower highs and higher lows. So when they're making lower highs and higher lows, that's a bullish sign. But again, even though it's showing bullish, it could go either way. It don't have to be bullish. It's like a compound inside bar. You know, if you're chopping sideways, you can break either way. That's why it's best when you're in something that's chopping just to get out. It's trying to break down a Momo shooter downside. So it's flagging what it's doing. Shop. She's a beaut, boys. Wayfair's fishing go short here. Shop's fishing back out that wedge. You know, you could take it, shop. I mean, let's see here. It's always best when it breaks the highs, it takes something. You can play these pullbacks as long as it's range. I'm seeing how much range in there now, 92. 6, $4.98. $6. Yeah, we can possibly take it when it crosses here. 95, 96. The video might try to keep on going here. It's chopping sideways at the moment. Market's starting to chop, so that's how it goes. The first 30 minutes of the day, it looks really good. SI is breaking down here. Almost shooting down. But you gotta be quick at the open. Otherwise, you're doing this. SI is short here. First target's the bottom of this candle, the body. Open 101.53. Hard. Got 3 hours away. You want to be taking profits before it gets there. Starbucks, man, what the hell? What the hell? Shop. This right here been a great one for a small account. Really, really cheap. I've been calling it since open. Shop, trying to come back up. SHOP. All right, Shopify's gonna be long as soon as it goes back solid green here on 5 minutes. So as soon as it crosses 1597, come long again. Target 1602, then maybe new highs. Break out of the wedge. I don't take until we go solid green. I was gonna take it here.
ASML looks good. It's not long right this second, but looks like it could be a good swing.
There's a wedge up there. Look at that. Still chopping sideways. It needs to go solid green. It needs to go past this high here. You can target once it breaks the high of this candle here. The target's the high of the day. You said ASML?
Yeah, the semiconductor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, shoot, yeah. That's fine.
The weekly is a 3.
That's sad, so it's pretty strong. But, man, they like filling them gaps, though. Boy, it needs a pullback. It's been pushing and pushing and pushing on the daily. It's got 2 gap ups.
If it gaps above the pivot line, would you assume that it's going to pull back and test it before it keeps going higher like that?
Not always. Not always. They can. They usually do fill that gap eventually, but they don't have to. CRWD is trying to break on a Momo hand with the upside. They don't have to necessarily. Now, if you look at ASML on the 4 hour, it's been pushing up from 667. And usually when they get tired, they have an exhaustion gap, and I think that's what's happened here.
Oh.
So I think it gapped up this morning on exhaustion. It's really weird. So it's short right this second.
Mhm.
So I think it'll fill the gap and then come back up. But you got to remember, on the gap ups, they're a little bit different than a gap down. Gap ups will fill usually around 50% before turn around and going back up. So you just have to keep that in mind when you're planning. Yeah, they like filling about halfway and then turn around with it.
Gap downs fill the whole thing normally.
What's that?
Gap downs normally fill the whole thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yep, and gap ups. Rob had a video on this, the last of this course. CRWD's long on mobile hammer, but he never mentioned anything about it. And if you trade gaps at all for any amount of time, you know exactly what it does, because if you played any kind of gaps, you'd be stopped out until you learned that, or unless somebody told you. And he never mentioned anything about that gap filled 50% from going around. Yeah. So estimate is long. So you want to target half this gap, and then hopefully, it can fill the gap all the way, but you've got to be aware that it could, around 50% can turn around and start going back up.
ASAN's long again.
Nice.
And shock looks like it is working itself out of that wedge.
Yeah, no, this good on it. As soon as it crosses CRW's long on mobile hammer. As soon as it crosses that high on the 15, that big wick, it's gonna take it long. Amazon's long. Amazon is long right this second. As soon as shop crosses 1598 long, we're gonna target 1602. And Amazon's going again.
Snow, Jerry.
Oh. Amazon's breaking a consolidation here, so it could have a good $5 or $10 pop right here. 2 minutes to the flip. Snow. Oh yeah, Snow just broke that consolidation on the upside. Yeah, that's good. Now Snow is coming up this big red candle right here on the daily. So target's gonna be 268 and 274. Yeah, Snow's really good. CRWD is pushing. SC's trying to break again on the mobile hammer. SQ's coming up, needs to break 261.76. So it's long. Docky just broke as well. Adobe just broke. ADBO, Apple's long. Apple's long here. Cheaper. QQQ's kicking butt today. Apple's long here. If it breaks through these resistance levels that broke the first one, the next one's at 148. That'll be your next target. The reason being, it needs to break through. There's a lot of resistance there. SQ trying to break 261.76. There's a flip. Hopefully the shop. Hopefully it brings buyers in the shop. DPZ. So I got one right. DPZ. Dang it. Still pushing it. Chopping sideways now. Where's that? Crazy. Market. Starbucks trying to break it again, another add or entry. CRWD breaks the high of the day, so long or add to it. UPC's long over here, 522.50. Come on, Amazon, break, sir. Shopify's fixing to go long here. No, yeah, that's cute. The double top right there on the 3060, you see it. The prior high acted as that resistance. No, hey, open right there at it and then gap down. Crazy. Shop. Amazon's gonna be longer, add to it here. I'm gonna go ahead and take a long and shop here. I'm gonna gamble a little bit. It's safer if you wait till it breaks the high of the day.
I keep forgetting to ask this question. What does reverse mean in active trader? Does anyone know? We can answer it later when it slows down.
I don't know unless it means like long to short or opposite trade. I don't know. It'd be nice if you could reverse your decision and get your money back.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. I don't want that. Amazon's breaking here. Nice.
I think it's just an opposite order to close. I'm not sure, but I think that's what it is.
I think it's not to close, but to set up basically the inverse of what you have. So if you're long one contract and you hit reverse, it would sell two.
Oh, sell two?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because it would take you from +1 on a call basically to +1 on a short.
Okay. Maybe I'll call Thinkorswim and ask him.
That would be the best bet.
You don't have to call. I mean, you just go onto their website and it has a whole section where you can find everything you need. I'll find the link and I'll post it.
Yeah, Nicole, look, I just pasted the text right there in the Zoom chat.
Awesome. Thank you.
Starbucks is long here, add to it.
Oh, wow. That's cool. But why? Why would anyone want to do that?
I'm guessing if somebody
because the
accidentally went the wrong way or the move just goes against them.
Yeah, the move goes against you. The move goes against you quick. So you just hit the button and immediately you don't have to, because that a lot of times the move goes against you so hard that instead of you don't want to just exit the trade, right?
Why wouldn't you buy a put though?
Well, going short's the same thing as a put. I mean,
Yeah, but you make more money on the put side.
well, not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if you're, and also people are in stock, right?
Oh,
Right. You're assuming people are always buying options, but if you're buying stock, right?
that makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you, guys.
But it is actually saying contract, so that's referring to options, right?
Well, it uses the term contract, but I mean, that means a stock or option, whatever you buy. Right. It's referring to a contract, but if you buy stock or option.
An order.
Yeah, because that reverse button is still available on shares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazon's pushing, Shop's pushing up here too. And Starbucks is longer, add to it. Starbucks and stuff. All right, shop's almost to Target here. Let's see if we can't blow through there. Nobody's just trying to go short. It breaks a low yesterday. It's just trying to go long. My target 1602.57 here. Amazon's one. Amazon slowly grinding. Amazon's got a beautiful daily chart. Oh my dang. I think it's taking stops out, man, so quick. It's not even funny. I don't know how many times I saw a ticker break all the stops in just one day. Starbucks is not quitting. CRWD's trying to go back up on another Momo hammer. Etsy's breaking right now. SQ needs to break that flat top. 261.76 takes it.
Spies are about to be long.
Yeah, SQ or QQQ's long on a Momo hammer. Incredible. Novax is breaking right this second. Look at it. Two down, so it's a pull back to the downside. Oh, it's got a ways to go. 748 be target on it. Novax is going to be short. First target's 205. Amazon to the moon. Sava breaks yesterday's high. Today's high is long. 212 continuation. Measured move on the 4 hour there. And that measured move is 94 by 114. That's $20. 134 is target. If it decides to break. I can't get over Starbucks. That's incredible.
Chipotle's up another 45 today. Crazy.
BT, how you doing? It's expanding from that bottom to 4 hour. You get it to pull back through here. Be a nice move. We're gonna get on a week though. I'm gonna shoot it down. So if it fails, it actually can go to that 112. So it's gonna be short. I'm crossing the low today. So we're there's a move right here on Starbucks. So
SPY is breaking out.
we got 123 is a target on Starbucks. Our base is breaking out. Put the profits on Amazon. There goes Novaks, boys and girls. Oh yeah, SQ's long. It's finally breaking that flat top. 15. Novaks. Now Novaks has got a habit where it'll push up really good, all of a sudden it'll puke all day long. Day could be the day. As you long. CRWD still pushing up here. No more. Oh. Netflix is slapped sideways.
FCX took off.
Thanks. What's that?
FCX.
Okay. Thank you. Look at Novaks, you know, it's wedging on the month. It's got good weeks, big moves on the week, but it's still making lower highs. Touch this prior pivot high here, rejected right off of it, double top, now coming back through. So it's got room to come all the way back down to 168.80 if it wants it. First target, of course, is 200. You can break that, and then we can see 188.
PayPal.
PayPal.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Perhaps chopping sideways here. Needs to break that 304.57. Needs to break about at least 20 cents. Etsy pushing, CLW still pushing. SQ still pushing, I guess. Breaks. Bob's trying to 2-2 back up. PayPal looks really good. It could definitely, you know, it looks just like how Shop set up and Amazon set up. Same thing. It's 2-2 on the month, trying to break that 309.14. It's kind of up there. It's going to get there. On a weekly, you see it pushing up. Pulled back last week, coming right back up to that 309.14 to test it again. Every long when it crosses 304.70. Ready for this going. So let's look at PayPal quick. I'm going to set alert on it, so I'll be ready for it as well. But so you'll see PayPal on the 5-minute now. SQ is looking same way, but SQ is already broke. Same exact setup basically. So there's a flat top on the 5-minute with a pivot marked by the pivot high. And what we'll do is when we see it break it. SQ is going to come back down. It needs to hold. This pivot needs to hold about at least 10 or 20 cents. Novaks can puke all day here. And it needs a hold. And it can push back up. Let me show you on this thing right here. The reason our stop is 10 or 20 cents below the pivot, because when they break the pivot, the beauty of the pivot is they either go immediately or they don't. And we know that price expands on these pivots. All right. So you got to allow for expansion. Because what happens is price comes up, pulls back on it, and change the color. Price comes up, pulls back, as it rips through it, it can come right back down, testing this area here before going higher. So you start with one contract on the break. As soon as it crosses the high, you can add to it. And the next one can be stronger. If it's a strong trend, it won't even get close to retesting. A weaker trend can come back and touch it. And then it can even come back through and break it just a little bit before going higher.
Novaks is short.
What's that?
Novaks.
Novaks going up just there. Novaks had a pretty good push down just right there. Stop on it's at 280, 208.90. And you know, it can't come back up and touch this pivot before going lower. So we played the breaks to the downside the same exact way as we did the upside. It's just everything's reversed. So let me draw it up. The price chop sideways in here. comes down, starts chopping, breaks that, pull back here to the downside. Another pull back to the downside, it breaks it, so it's short. Comes down, tries to test it just a hair, now it's come down. Yeah. So if I clear this garbage out of the way, you see this wick right here? Minus 10 cents, there's your stop. And even on these minor support resistant levels, price expands.
OKTA.
Thank you. HD trying to 2-2 back up. HD trying to Momo hammer up. Doc used to breaking right this second. You want to see what continuation measure more. And Autodesk is still ripping. Autodesk a couple of days ago ran all damn day too. It ran up all day. Octa's fixing to break here. Salaries on a month, it makes this wedging. Made a higher low on the week, trying to come back up, make a new high. The daily looks pretty good. Target's going to be the pivot high, of course. A little bit lower down in the charts. 2-1-2 4-hour tries to come back up. Once it come up, it's going to see 251.50, 253.80, and then a pivot high. There is a pivot right above it here. So if it breaks out, wait till it breaks at least 251. And your first target's 252.50. And the resistance is going to be right there. Etsy Momo hammer up. It's long right now. HD's reversing 2-2 back up. But it needs a break. Whenever there's a ticker and it's really close to a psych number, like an Octa is, it's that pivots at 250.85. It's best to let it break that 251. So like 251.05 or something like that. Yep. And it's even more important when they are a cheaper ticker. Etsy Momo hammer up 15 as it goes back through here. And Etsy's target, you can see it's a PMG really. It's taking a little bit longer. So this right here looks just like Amazon right now. And it's a little bit further in the process, but right here, so Amazon came up, you see it pull back. It actually tested the pivot just like this right here is doing. So that break there, come back, it's retesting the pivot high. It's actually in a chop as well. But as it comes up, it's taking these stops out with the ultimate target being the pivot high. The next one's gonna be here, and then here, and then here. So Etsy, a lot of times if there's enough strength in here and the stops are stacked close enough, they can quickly come back to the range. But you see, it's just up it's moving pretty fast regardless.
So that Lulu did do a measure move there right on the 4-hour.
I missed it, crap.
I got part of it. I didn't stay in. Damn.
Well, I'll tell you what, when it breaks that $400 level, damn, it's gonna be on fire. Amazon pushing again here. Lululemon. Novax breaks the lower day to be an ad. Baidu's breaking right now. Tesla's trying to come down. Gosh, just broke. Yeah, cost looks pretty good in the higher time frames. It's a cost in April setup. HD's reversing, the target's going to be high. Coffee. That's a short hair target. But, well, Costa's got a beautiful month, a beautiful week. And the good thing about Costa that had that pullback last week. You see it's quickly eating that thing up too. And this is a very clean chart on this thing. So Costa as long as clearly going to get to 418.07. Probably with no hesitation whatsoever. Only because if you look at the higher time frames, whenever you get a beautiful time frame on the higher month, a week, whatever, it makes for smooth price action. Baidu short right now, breaking the low. And HD coming on up here. Let me show you a target on HD. Gonna be the top of this red candle right here, and then the high. And prices should quickly come up to it for 27.98, which is not a very big move, but for G. Wait for it trying to go short again. Starbucks pulling back, trying to hammer back up. Baidu's first target is 177.29. And Tesla's trying to go short. Definitely be short. It's short now, but it'll be short. It's a better entry when it breaks that low to pivot on 1530. Stay for entry. Yeah, so Tesla's short at this second. Again, it's safer if you wait till it breaks the 15. All right, let's look at Starbucks as it pulled inside. It'd be a good entry or add to it here. It is getting extended, so just keep that in mind. HD's quicker coming up, but it's just a dollar move, so. Hopefully Tesla expands here so it breaks through there just a little bit, and then it starts to pop back up. We can ride it back up to 662. I'm fixing to take profits on this thing right here, so I'm out of Tesla, but we'll see if I can re-enter. If it starts to drop, I'll re-enter in it, but it could bounce. Here's it chopping sideways on 60. It's also chopping on sideways on the daily and the 4 hour. So it's either going to break down here or it's going to bounce. Now I see a clear break to the downside here. If it does, I'll take it short again. It could PMG down here pretty quickly. Amazon's still pushing here. Amazon won't push all day. Who knows? Autodesk is slowly grinding it up too. So we'll keep an eye on all these. HD still pushing it. Just slowly making higher highs and higher lows. Autodesk breaking out the weekly and the daily. And it goes outside the week. Ultimate target 221 and new highs.
Jerry, I know it failed the other day, but Lumina's pushing back up again. ILMN, close to that breakout point.
We want to keep an eye on Tesla too. Can bounce and come back through range here. It's chopping sideways. So hopefully, we'll know in a second. Tesla's, I mean, it's just a hot ass mess right now. Let's see, it needs to break above this pivot low here. It could bounce and go back lower. If it does, we'll take it when it breaks the low of the day. Otherwise, we'll be taking that, trying to take it that long when it crosses 653 area. ILMN. HD's almost a target. Novak could be reversing. We need a rejection off this pivot low here. ILMN is trying to come up with 212 30. A little bit higher time frame always. 32-week, ooh, it still wants to see that 555 level. So the longer consolidation, the bigger the break. It's been consolidating for a while on a daily. It's tested it 1, 2, 3 times. When it decides to break out of this thing, man, it's just gone. So remember that the more tests on that resistance line or that pivot, the bigger the break is going to be. So it could be a massive pop when it happens. So remember that.
Yeah, and a very similar one that's tested it before and has a pretty big PANW, Papa Alpha November Whiskey.
Okay. This is going to be short if it breaks the low of the day. Let me do this on the chart. Oh yeah, I saw another one that looked like these too. I can't remember what it was now, but it had the same exact setup. So it's coming up and it had a huge wick on the month. So it's regular 403 on the week. Pretty clean on the week of the day. So it broke out at 391.94. Now it's holding, it's testing it. The target's always going to be the body and the wick. It needs to break that 400 limit. It does that for it, on. It's coming with that huge red candle too. I like that on the 30.
Yeah, I got my alert set at 403 or better. Hopefully we get some volume at that point.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. It's ramping up right now. Anyway. Yeah, that's really good. I like that setup. Keep an eye on test here. Let's think it. They said it's gonna puke. Oh, it's gonna reverse and come back through the range here. So it broke through that pivot on 15. Let's see if it retests and goes lower. It's trying to retest now. We'll play it whatever we say. HD hit target. Whenever you're in these things, whenever there's a target, you want to be taking profits before you get to it. So target was ultimately the pivot with the body, and you want to be selling as it gets to it. This right here, you would have got out near the top. But that's why we want to take profits, exactly why we want to take profits before it gets there. Because it can reject when it gets up to it. It can come right to it and then reject off of it.
Apple's long again.
Nice. Let's set 150. Thank you for that. Oh. Yes. This is pushing back through here. You know, just like they could test and break through on a high, it could break through on a downside too. So I'm not gonna touch it until it breaks at least 653. It's gonna reverse. We might try to take it back through the range. It's just so ugly coming back through this. Docu's trying to break again. So 5-minute test is either a pullback to the downside here, or to start a reversal. And right now we don't wait. We sit anyway. We don't force nothing. Docu broke sitting. It's retested that pivot. Now it's chopping sideways and then a clean break of 310. Got a beautiful month, a beautiful week. Clean price action, easy to read. 212 continuation measurement on the daily. Almost all the tickers I have on my charts, they have a beautiful higher time frame.
Can you look at Zoom?
Yep, look at Zoom. Sure. Zoom looks like it's breaking and retested. On 15.
It's got a shooter on the 60.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's extend this pivot over here. Yeah, right now it's making lower highs, lower lows. It can be short when it crosses the low, but it's kind of iffy. It can bounce there, come back through, and then start chopping sideways again. Right now it's chopping sideways. There's really not much yet. Is it going down? It looks like it. It's currently inside right now on the 60. That's one reason we can't really do much with it at the moment. Let me take a look at the higher time frames. Yeah, so on the higher time frame, just making lower highs. Now on the week, it's green on the week, but this could just be a pullback to the downside. And on the 4 hour, it looks really bad because it broke through pivot low and now it's testing. So it's tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times to break back through that to go higher, and it's failed each time. So more than likely, this thing's going to go short and fill that gap today. You know, anything's possible right now. It's kind of at the crossroads. I can tell you this: if it breaks below 360, 81, it's going to be short. You'll target the base of this big green candle, and really you want to target. That's your ultimate target, but you gotta. You really want to target each pivot because those mark significant resistance support levels. So if it breaks through 60.77, first target's 359.20. And then there's another one, 359.
Tesla's starting to come back through.
Oh yeah, Tesla's short right now. Yeah. I appreciate that. I miss out on it. Tesla's short right now. Yeah, so it just broke, retested, expanded, and then come back down. So, we're trying to go short. I appreciate that. Talking. Listen. Shop's doing a big old shooter right now too.
Hey, Jerry, when you get a chance, can you share your best of the best scanner?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think somebody else was asking about that yesterday. I'm gonna throw it in the chat. Somebody wants that best of the best scanner. It's a really, really good scanner. You know what I mean? Bob. Yeah, so really you could have 4 or 5 scans. That'd be all you'd ever need. Bob. The big old new 10% scan. FTC red, FTC green. And also if I could pick it one more, it would be making new highs, breaking yesterday's highs. Really, that's all you would need. Yeah, so let's pull up FTC green and we'll look. I mean, this thing, that's some nice ones. BMTX chopped sideways there, 212, reversal on 30. Let's take a look at the higher time frame. This is beautiful. Yeah. And a screamer this week. Looks like an exhaustion gap there. After they make a big move like that, when they get close to exhausting, they'll make a gap at the top. Right now it's wedging. CWD. You've been watching that one. And again, below it plus 265. I don't have to watch. I'm watching it. Lulu's up there. Lulu's starting to roll. It could be a good short now as it comes back and tries to retest the pivot. 388. Where you can move down. $5. Lulu's gonna be short. Good resistance down here. Support. Jump across is 391.80. It'll be short. And we'll target the pivot low or pivot high. There goes Tesla. I'm gonna shoot her down here. We got a big shooter on shop too for me. These are just scalps. Anytime I go on a scalp or Amazon or shop or something like that, I'm just scalping. That's it. I like to say in a long time, but the market being so choppy, well, that's just how it's been the last 2 or 3 months. You know, you can't say something all day.
I think the market's going to pull back, Jerry. If you look at the up-down volume, the New York is 6-to-1 down volume versus up. IWM's 5-to-1 down. NASDAQ's 2-to-1 down.
Yeah.
So they're selling this thing.
Yeah.
And then you look at tick cumulative, it's going down.
AC's rolling over right this second. Wayfair is going to be short when it crosses the low, pivot low. And then Baba broke back down through pivot on the 30 and is retesting it now, trying to come back down. So it's going to be short when it crosses that, target low candle. Shopify is going to be short when it crosses 1578. And we're going to target 69 and then base the candle 63. Yes, sir. I appreciate that information for you. It helps a lot. And it does. Tesla PMG down here. Tesla's kind of chop, just been a choppy wreck. And the reason it's doing that is because of where it's at. It's really stuck right in the damn middle. So if this all is a 2, then this is right in the middle of it. And that's really not where you want to be. You can still trade it, scalp it or whatever, but that's not a good spot. That's not a good spot at all. And this right here is all compound inside bar. It broke down here and came up. Also, it's making lower highs. It double bottomed here. Bounce back up. There's the first pullback. Now it's chopping sideways in this area. It needs to break out. Your best trades come when they break out of this crap. So as long as you're in this crap here, you can't really do much. Now, if it breaks out the top here, we can see a nice push up. It could be pretty clean. And then definitely if it breaks below this, this thing could just go to the ground. And frankly, I don't care which way it goes. I just want it to be clean. I want it to be an open field. Blue skies, or whatever you want to call it. I want it to be open. But as long as if you're coming back up through stuff like this, it could bounce. There's no predictability. It can do whatever it wants in here. And this is a confidence in bar. And anytime you're in a confidence inside bar, you can trade it if there's enough range, but you got to be aware of that. I mean, it's volatile in here. There's a little bit of consistency in it. I mean, it is making higher highs, and it's in a pretty good range. That's pretty halfway consistent. Nothing wrong about it, but Roku's at the low of the day. It went from green to red. Green to red move. Amazon short right here. Roku could stay below this right here on the 5 minutes and be short.
Would you take Amazon short here?
Yeah, Amazon's
at VWAP right now. You might want to let it get through it.
Yeah, it's short right now. Your safer entry though, if you want to be on the very safe side, is when it breaks 3609. But it is short. Target's gonna be 35.92. Your first target, you can target individual candles. First target 3606. It's short. So I've got one contract. And again, your safer bets when it breaks 3610 or 3611. And your very safest bets when it crosses 3602. Okay, so it's fixing to add to the short or enter short when it goes crosses that 2 on 15. The video rolled over here. Target pivot high on the 60. Shopify short right now. Shopify short right this second. It's got a long ways to go. And this is exactly why I've been scalping. I mean, you can get, it can push up, down, up, down, up, down, like 5 or 6 times in one day. And they're pretty good moves, you know, actually. So one ticker, say Amazon or Shop or Tesla or Etsy, I mean, they can move, you know, in total move, they can move, you know, $100. Amazon can move, you know, the movements can make $200 in a day once. You add in the up movement and then the down movement and then the up movement and the down movement. Yeah, Cost is in beast mode. Oh yeah, Cost sure did just break that pivot, didn't it? Daydreaming. Cost is in beast mode. Break retest pivot on 4 hour. It's a smooth ticker. It's got a Momo hammer with one. We're gonna pull back to get in. Oh, but the testing pivot 15. Come on, take some break. Sharp trying to push back up. HD trying to come back down again. Look there, slowly grinding. Bobber broke down, retested. UNH is trying to come back up. Cost still pushing. Netflix, I tell you what, whenever it decides to break out of that chop down there, it should move. Whether it's up or down, I don't know yet. There goes Tesla. Roku's gonna be short one across the low today. It went from red to green, and it's breaking pivot low from yesterday. So just like we took the pivot high break this morning, now we're gonna take the pivot low break now. It's breaking and retesting as soon as it takes the low. I'm sure. Let's test it here. Test a shorter add to it here. X's rolling over. A lot of chopping.
Can Mariner be an outside day today?
It could. Yeah, if it breaks the low of yesterday, it can be. Yeah. Texas trying to go short again. Definitely. He's having some problems. Chopper salaries right now. Test the boys and girls. Test. HD 212 versus downside 15. It's a shorter course. This is trying to go short. I have two here. Running down. Flip. Jump, trying sideways. Yeah. Made a new low, still sideways. Base come on down here, bring 5 with it. Oracle's slowly been pushing up today. Because above that pivot, it needs to break out today. Anyway, so look at that. It's pretty clean. Keep back up and down. Man, that'd be a nice big machine gun. Volume. Wow. It's up 700% on the day of volume. They're buying the hell out of this thing. If it goes inside up here, if it breaks 1660, it's long. A lot of volume on this thing. And so it's usually long. It must have some kind of moves. It's not optional. This morning was incredible. The open was incredible. You literally trade the open, the first 30 minutes will be done for the entire day. Yeah, pullback on Tesla. Could be a pullback to the downside here. If it breaks the low of the day, it'll be short again. We're starting to cut. We're going to put an alert on it. If it breaks below 390.50, be short. And 392, 393 is long. CRWD broke above pivot, now it's retesting it. Breaks a high day to be long. Stock keeps trying to curl. No, chopping sideways. In a pretty good uptrend. Nice cut. Smells pretty good. No. When all this stuff starts chopping like that, especially right in the center, you can't really do anything with it. You can scalp it, but it's a lot safer not to mess with it. You try to force a trade, you're gonna end up losing. I've been stopped out a few times in the last hour, about 5 or 6 times. And W inside 60, right in the center. HB. Yeah. Dash. Gotta kind of keep you up. Dash trade sideways. Auto Dash has been on a ripper the last 2 or 3 days. You quickly come 6221. Breaks. And it starts moving sideways and it breaks again. So it's fun. Let me block it out here. All right, all this chop inside 2, 1, 2. Over high, low, low. Get some nice stops to take out on the way up though. We also supposed to expand here on the 5 minute. Trying to come back to the range. Tesla's trying to come back up to pivot on the 15. It could it could retest this level and then come back down. And if it decides to push back up, it could go back to the range. Right now it's too early to tell. Mercury's to break above 424. P126. Stuck right in the center. It is coming up toward the top though, which is a good sign. The higher time frame thing. Starting to curl up on the month. I'll have a good week here. I just had an earnings or something. About 25 minutes. All right, there's snow popping up. No. Snow. All right, snow's long targets 268.17. And then hopefully it breaks the high. Keeps going. Yeah, let's get Netflix. HD short. The movie just not that big on it though. It was on the problem. So HD 212 reversal on the 30. Target's going to be the base of the candle at 325.39. Like $1. Yeah, Netflix is in a really, really tight range. Almost 60. I mean, it's very bearish. Very bearish. So, we get 2. All this is inside. It could reverse to go higher, or it could continue to go lower. A pretty good puker right there. And really on the month and the week, it's just chopping sideways. Still plenty of room to make money. Right on the week though, it made a lower high. And it's come back to that range. Especially a slant. It's tested this level here once, 2, 3, 4. There's a pretty good chance it's going to come down and test this level again. Whether it holds, I don't know. So it looks like the direction it's going to go. If that's the case, we're going to look for a short on the lower time frames. Your best bet when it crosses 505.40. Safest bet.
Jerry, that up down volume, I was telling you, that thing works pretty good. You can see how the Q's pulled back since then.
The up down volume.
Yep.
How about those off? There's nothing happening, man. Autodesk is trying to break the top. Everything's ticking down, I can tell you that. That chart you showed me the other day, Corey, said the markets, they're showing a strength. What do you think about that?
Say that again?
The chart you showed me, the selling into the strength. That chart that you shared with me before.
Well, you mean the tick cumulative?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's showing negative, and the Dow is showing negative, and the Q is showing negative, and IWM. This thing ran up just too quick, guy. And you just got a big, the VIX just broke the 30-minute, the last two 30-minute candles.
Yeah, it's screaming. There's a lot of selling. Let me check.
I think it went up too fast in the last 3 days, pretty fast. So they're probably just midday sell.
The program activity shows a downward spike.
Yep, yep.
On the burst monitor. So July 1st, only 2 days, had more buy programs and sales.
Yeah.
So they're selling in the strength.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see what HFT is saying right now if he posts anything.
I mean, everything is just sideways, like everything. I'm sure there's a few that's ticking up, but for the most part, everything is just sideways. You can't do anything with it.
He hadn't posted anything today. But the other one he was showing, they've been more sell programs than buy programs.
Guess if it breaks the low here to be short, guys. Merger's trying to go short, still bouncing here at the base. Netflix looks good. I tell you what, if Netflix ever breaks that low, man, it's gone.
If you look at the daily candle on the SPY, it's coming back in. I was showing you the other day.
Yeah, yeah.
Same on the 4 hour. Probably going to take out that 4 hour low.
Well, you know what? It could be. This could be the start of a lower high. We just don't. You don't know.
Yeah.
So it pulled back and it come on. Who knows? Or it could just be a pullback to the upside. But it is rolling over. Like a second, sure is.
Could you ask Rob next time the difference between a pullback and a reversal?
I sent him a text. So it says.
You know, one thing I like to do is, you do it real quick. I like drawing a Fibonacci from today's high to yesterday's low. Just see where it's at sitting at right now. Let's do that real quick.
Okay. Autodesk is breaking here, but it's just low volume.
I mean, I see what the market's doing now. I mean, this has got me in a lot of trouble the last couple of days, but like, I get it now. And these are really tough conditions. I don't think we've seen conditions like this in a long time. But, we've been fortunate over the last couple of months, really, to see a lot of good daily volatility. And we've seen a lot of good up and down trends, even during the day. And even though we're not getting a lot of strong trends that go all day, right? They're up and they stay up, or they're down, they stay down. Well, what we have gotten is a lot of trends where if they start moving in a direction, at least if you have a target, right, you can feel pretty good that as long as you're being conservative, right, you're getting your targets. But what's happened the last couple of days is you get really strong action in the beginning, and then you get these incredibly tight ranges. I mean, ranges that are tighter than even the ranges we've seen before. And then it resets the ranges. Like, I'm looking at Tesla, and I mean, Tesla was in a range, it came down, and then right when it started breaking lower, it didn't even get to the lower ADR. It literally started ranging. I mean, like, right when you called it short here, it literally started ranging between 649 and 647. I mean, these are like $2 ranges, right? Amazon, when we were watching Amazon, it broke up. It had such a strong move up. Even when Amazon was at 36.23, it broke higher to 36.30. That looked like a breakout. It pulled back, and literally it's just been ranging between 36.15 and like 36.23, and it just will not do it. And like, I went long there and thought, okay, well, it broke out in like 36.30. Like, that was pretty good, that one candle. And it looked like it, and I waited till like 36.31, and then it pulled back, and it has just been ranging all day. And if you look at all these candles on all these moves, I mean, it's so hard even waiting for confirmation. Like, the other thing we were getting a lot of is sort of those inside sort of daily, I don't know what you call them, but like sort of the inside PMG, I guess you call them, I don't know, but like where you get a big candle, right? And like, if you saw a big long green or a big long red, you were getting like the inside retracements all day, right? And like, I'm looking at Crowd, for example. Crowd had one on the 30, had a big candle, then a second really big candle. It started to pull back, right? So you felt like, oh, well, maybe this is a good time to start going short. Now it's reversed again. It's in a range. So it, like, a lot of the things that you could kind of count on, that you could say, oh, well, it's starting to look like this and it'll pull back or reverse. The behavior is so different, and I'm not saying it's going to stay that way or it's going to change. And some of it could be summer, and some of it could just be uncertainty. Some of it could be the algos trying to change things up. But, you just, I mean, I guess for me now, I'm realizing, like, you have to be extra careful with confirmation. You can't just assume it's going to go short when it hits a certain level. You got to be really careful about these ranges, because it's really coming back. And
something, John,
wait, one more thing. And it's respecting the hell out of every single resistance point. Like, if there's a resistance point, right? Any of the resistance points, right? So like, even if you see the 15, if there's like a previous day high, or if there's an ADR, like, it's almost looking for a reason to find a resistance point on the way up to stop. So it's tough sledding out there for sure.
Well, the trick is like what Rob has said. Go look at the monthly SPY. Look how small that candle is. Go look at the daily candle day on SPY on it. Right, that's the range. So that's the whole problem we have. There's no range.
Well, like I said, I'm sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure.
And it's the summer too, right?
Right. Well, that's what I was just saying.
Not quite as much volume.
Summer has a part to play in it, but you got to look at the daily candle. Look at that. There's no range.
But
go to the monthly candle. Look, we're going up, but we're going down at such a small I've been going up at small. Look at back in October. Look how big that candle was on the monthly. Just go,
Right, but-
look, they're small
but to-
candles.
To Nicole's point, the range on the SPY is probably partially from the summer, right? So that's what I'm saying.
It might be summer, but if we have to work with what we got. So you just gotta look at that range. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah,
Summer,
if people
winter-
in institutions are on vacation with their kids, then they're not managing the money.
Right, and so I'm agreeing with you. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Nicole's right that like, I think we've been a little spoiled because there has been pretty good volatility in the market.
I'm not trying to say what Nicole's saying isn't right. I'm just saying, well, no matter summer, winter, whatever it is, look at the daily range. That's all I'm saying. And that gives you the tip.
I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't right. I'm saying that what you're saying is right. I'm saying what Nicole's saying, right? I'm just making a comment that I think that we're also, because of the fact that for the summer's traditionally been, right, a time where it's not been
Right.
so much volatility. I'm just
Right.
saying that one of the things is that we've been kind of lucky. We've had a lot of really good volatility, and that, right, regardless of what the reason is, right, there's a lot of reasons for it. My point is just that it's interesting that we're finally seeing a time where we're seeing the volatility is ticking down. Yeah, we all know why volatility can tick up or tick down. I'm just saying that we're so used to there being all this great volatility that it's weird to see it go away.
Well, and the other thing is you can look at the VIX. Anytime the VIX is under 20, right, you have about a 1%. When it goes into 20, it's 1.5. You go in the 30 VIX, then it's like 2.5, and just starts increasing by a percentage.
Right. So everything everyone's saying is right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing.
Oh,
with
I'm not.
Nicole.
I agree with what you're saying too.
Right.
I'm just
Right.
adding to what you're saying.
Right. It's just frustrating that we're so spoiled to have all this great volatility that you see the price action work a certain way. And you're like, oh yeah, and I know that's gonna do this, it's gonna go down. And then all of a sudden you start to see all these range markets, and markets do range. And now all of a sudden it's doing that more. And you gotta be more careful. But in this case, it's not only ranging, it's ranging really tight. And frankly, since COVID, right, the markets have been crazy. So I don't know, is this the new normal or is this just a little bit? Who knows? No one knows what that is. But, I think you just have to always be aware that markets are dynamic and that they change. And for now, right, until we see it different, right, the markets are obviously, the volatility is ticking. Like even if VIX goes up or down, right, the stocks that we're trading, clearly there's good movement in the morning, but during the day, they're clearly not moving as much. So we just got to be aware of it.
Auto desk is pushing. Not very much, though. Boy,
Snow's
I saw
ready
that
to
open. I'm sorry.
Jerry, snow's ready to go. Flat top, 60-minute, ready to go.
Thank you, sir. That's why, too, when the market's like this, that's why it's so important to hop in that first 30 minutes. I mean, it's volatile. If you're new to trading, it's risky. But that first 30 minutes is where it's at. I mean, he's in and out. He's done.
Yeah. The other thing I forget, and this isn't like a huge rule for anyone, but it's something that I try to remind myself. Like last night, I didn't catch that move in Amazon, but the one thing that I always forget is that it's not uncommon. I think I talked about this, Jerry, when you were out a little bit, but like I told people that like I told the group that stock moves have a lot more rationale than lack of rationale if you know what to look for. And last night, Amazon made this crazy move and it looked like it was out of nowhere. But when I look back at it and I took a second look at it, just not on purpose, but I was just kind of looking, I didn't realize, but all Amazon did on that last candle was go all the way back to where it opened.
Snow's breaking out on high volume.
So like,
good job, for.
So anyway, I just was like, I don't know, I missed that, right? Like I should have seen that. So a lot of these stocks today that are kind of ranging, there's a good chance that some of them may kind of break out and go back to the open. They may go short back to the open, or they may go back. So anyway, just a suggestion for anyone, if you're going to trade late and these things are dead like this all day, I wouldn't be surprised if any of the late day movements start pulling them back up or down to near either where they closed yesterday or where they opened yesterday. So something to think about.
The video is trying to come back up.
I got what might be a stupid question. Is it possible to go back, like at the beginning of the day, at a certain strike price and see what the delta was?
If you're asking about options, the only way I've ever learned to do it is you got to go in, if you have TOS, you can go into the on demand and you can rewind it back to, the time. You can see at
Will
that
it show
time,
the delta? Will it show the deltas on demand?
it
too?
shows everything. It'll show everything. So if you find that time and you find the strike, it'll show exactly whatever the, just pull up that exact option. And
Oh,
you'll
okay. I wasn't sure if it showed the change of the deltas on the on demand. But that's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, when you go into
John,
on demand, it'll show it like you're really trading it at the time. So you know what I mean? It's not like it's different, it's live trading. Now I don't know how much that updates. So like I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
this
thought there was
second you can see it
limitations.
today, but
I thought there was limitations. That's why I thought I didn't
Yeah,
show that.
that's a question, Joe. How often do they update it? Will today's be on there?
I don't know. You can look and see, but I've done that actually when I've been trying to see. When I used to trade options, I used to sometimes go back and see like, oh, well, I didn't do very well on a certain option. Did I pick the right strike, or how much did the price move, or things like that? So you can definitely go back into an option chain and see exactly what the option chain was, all the different metrics, just by looking at the strike at the exact time. Just find the time. Just go to like 8:36 on this date and pull up the option, and you'll see it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John.
Yep.
Now, I think even try to push up again.
Jerry, when I was telling you about that slow stow on Amazon,
Oh, yeah.
or it crossed it, now it's up to 53.
Nice.
Corey, that's the stock RSI you were saying?
Yeah, so I have a friend that's in another trading room that I've been in for years. And this guy on the daily, he puts the slow stow, all right, and he puts on a 5-1 setting. And this guy's made millions of dollars. That's all he trades is when that thing cracks the 20 slow stow. And Amazon just did it a couple days ago. If you look at IWM, when it was at its low, it did it. And this guy plays.
On what time frame?
Daily,
Okay.
only daily. But you got to look at that. Look at RSI if it's over 50. And this guy's made millions of dollars just playing that.
What is this? I don't know what that is. What is a slow stow?
Okay.
Oh, a stochastic. Got it. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
stochastics. If you
Yeah, I
turn
know
on
what that
five-
is.
That's a great one to use for swing trading. All right, if you put the setting on 5-1, once it crosses above the 20, go look at Amazon right now, you'll see it. And go look at IWM this last week.
Yeah, I pulled up for.
And you also want RSI over 50, and then look at your candles. That is the
Yeah,
best
no,
confirmation for a
I know
swing.
what that is. I didn't understand that you were using stochastic for stow. But yeah, I've tried that a couple of times. A lot of people really like that one. That's
That one really works for a good swing trade.
Absolutely.
His parameters are what? 5 and 1, Corey?
But 5,1, get rid of the 14.3, put it 5-1, just speeds it up. And then you want to play where it cracks to 20. Then you want RSI over 50, and then look at your candle, your normal candles. It's like putting training wheels on. But I got a guy that then he'll go out a month on his options, and he just knocks it out of the park. He's got like a 80% success ratio.
Cool.
And it's long term. When it's not day trade, it's giving confirmation when to go long. Look at, pull up IWM. You'll see what hit the bottom this week. And so what he did is on IWM, he went in and saw when it crossed, right where Jerry's got the arrow, he went in and looked at the options first thing in the morning, after it started breaking and seeing what options were being bought. He bought I believe the 220s, and he wrote it for 2 days, and made 50 grand.
Hey, Corey, is he selling it at that blue line when it hits 80 or no?
Yeah, well, it's just a reference to get in. Then you're using it to manage your trade, like you're normally going to manage. So when he saw it crossed, he went out and looked at the options that day when it crossed. You go to on your option times and sells, and he found out which ones were buying for that day because he knew that was the time. And I think it was the 221s he bought for, I don't know, August.
That's the short.
And
Jerry, you made the K period 5 and the D period 1?
Yeah.
But this is just a great swing, and I've seen it. I know this guy. This is not a fallacy. This is truth. And go back and look at every one of those points.
There you go. That's a short here, guys. That's a short.
Go look at every one of those points where they bought them. Go look at the chart. And again, footprints in the snow. Don't believe what I say. Look at the charts. Look at the evidence.
What I did, Corey, is I made a watch list and put alerts on it. So every time a ticker pops up where this signal crosses, I get an alert on it and it comes across my screen.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you make the alert?
Go to scans. Okay. Go to scans. Actually, I'll just share it with you.
It just, yeah, if you want to put it in the chat room, then that's a good one. Then. If you don't mind, please.
Yeah.
But that's a great way for swing trading. And again, you don't base it just on that. That's just giving you telling it's something's popping up. Then you go and look at RSIs over 50. And really, all RSI is, if you get rid of all your candles and you just do a line chart, that line chart is the RSI. So it's not like RSI is junk. And then just manage the candles the way you'd manage them.
All right, maybe once I'm going to pop it in the chat here.
Okay, thanks, Jared.
You're welcome. And let's see here. Hit the wrong button. That's a short here still. I have clicked on demand or something, man. See, the watch list tells me when it breaks. And it actually shows me.
I tell you, Jerry, that up down volume really shows you a lot, that in the stow.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
So what is that, Jerry? Say that again.
Slow stochastic, is that what you're talking about?
No, this thing that you're showing right now.
Oh, that's a slow stochastic. So yeah, I'm gonna send this one to I'll send this to my shorts here. Text is still short here, guys. It's puking. See this upward, this right here, it ticks it when it crosses 20.
Yeah.
Kind of like an RSI in a way. Well, when it comes across, any new ticker that comes across this scan here, it'll show me an alert on my main screen here. I'll see it up in the top. It'll flash across the top 11. It'll say PDB added to slow stochastic. Watch this.
Oh, cool.
So I can look at it. And a lot of times they're bouncing, they're back up in an uptrend actually. And that's something Corey told me about the other day, and I just made a custom watch list for it and then add an alert. So it just flashed across anything that's new. It's kind of like an RSI in a way, I guess. Kind of, sort of. I don't know. I like it though. It shows you, especially, you know, of course you got to go look at each one, but you know, they're usually coming back through range when you see them. It's pretty nice.
It's like an RSI, but you know, it's just something to give you, you know, a hint when something's bottomed out and came back up.
Yeah. Just the broke the lows. Yeah. Not very. It's not moving very much.
Corey, what's the name of that?
There just popped out.
Who's the Twitter dude that you follow, Corey?
For what?
The one that has the slowest.
I'm in a trading room that I've been in for years. These guys are traditional, you know, technical traders. So I just read all the stuff. I know them personally. I'm just saying. This guy doesn't chase. Everything's based on technicals, and he wins.
Short here. Look for a solid red candle. VIX is screaming up here. Solid green on 60. Fixing to take today's high.
John, here comes your volatility you're looking for.
Yeah, everything's tough sledding though, you know, I mean, I went short here on Tesla and, you know, it started going and then boom, it's still getting pushed back. I mean, just nothing's easy, right? Just freaking break, just go.
Pain in the butt.
I feel like I'm working for every dollar I lose. I'll tell you what drives me crazy too, is that I love the volume study, Jerry.
Mhm.
You know, the red green bar,
Yeah.
but drives me insane, even though it's not the volume study's fault. There's nothing that drives me crazier when I'm looking at the volume study and the current bar says it's like 90% sell, everything's red. And then all of a sudden I see time and sales tick up and I'm like, how can that be?
Yeah. It's a pain in the butt. It's just chopping. I mean, the whole market's chopping. It's just, you try to force something, you're gonna losing money. It's always so.
You know, Jerry, the one guy that writes all that code that you're sort of friends with, I forget his name.
Oh, yeah. Film sex.
Yeah, he took that same study and you can change the, you know, how often you want to update it, you know, in terms of, instead of looking at, you know, 30 days, you look at 5 days or whatever days. You know, he updated it, I saw.
The slow stochastic?
No, the volume that John was talking about.
Okay.
So if you want to check, instead of using 30 periods, you want to use 5 periods or whatever periods. If you go to his Twitter feed, you know, he posted it out there.
Nice.
It's sort of nice if the market changes and you want to, instead of using 30 periods, use 5 periods. I augmented mine, John, to where I can do both 30 and the 5 period to see if there's anything different.
Well, does that impact the current bar?
You can do that too. I'm looking more on the daily just to see if I like stuff. You know, what really helps is looking at R-vol that's greater than 2, because then you got a better reading what's going on. And if you go to a site called StockBeep, StockBeep, that shows you all the high R-vols that are happening right now, and that at least gives you stuff that's moving.
Oh, put that in the chat if you don't mind. Yeah, what I'm doing is, I mean, I like to look at the volume overall, but I mean, I'm always looking at the current and the last bar just to see like if there's more buying or selling, you know what I mean? So just to see who's in control. But I mean, I don't really look at the averages necessarily. I mean, maybe I should. Maybe I'm not using it right. But usually what I'm trying to do is to see if it's green or red to see, like, you know, who's in control. That's kind of how I use the study. But I'm open to, I mean, if there's better ways to use it, by all means, I'd love to learn.
Well, all I'm saying is like StockBeep at least tells you which ones are moving right now. I'll go to that website right now. So if I look at StockBeep, it tells me that the ticker I said earlier today, IGC, right? Its R-vol is, wow, 1,020. All right. The last was 266, the high 465. So you know, like Sava, someone called that yesterday, that R-vol is 2.3. So at least you got volume in there moving it. Shopify, it's a 2.2 R-vol. Clorox, someone called off, that's 1.9. So you get stuff above 1.5 above, at least you got movement and you're able to at least read the signals better than.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I'll have to look at that. I probably don't look at volume enough. I mean, I look at volume like Jerry just to see if there's a spike in it. But I definitely don't use it enough the right way.
Well, it just tells you what's in. I mean, I don't think you're doing everything. I mean, just everything's additive. It's like Feifei. It's a 1.6, but at least you got it in actions. Like Jerry says, it's got eyeballs are on it. People are watching it. Datadog 1.5. But again, it's stock, STOCK beep, BEEP.com.
Corey, you're in the unusual volume stocks tab. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, exactly. And just keep that up. Just gives you an idea of what's moving. SRPT 6.8 RWAL.
Actually trying to go down again. Soon it breaks the low. Wayfair's breaking down here right now. Wayfair's short.
And another one I like that's there's this another website I like going to. It's called shortsqueeze.com. Shortsqueeze.com. Put in your ticker and put it in there and tell you how many days it takes to cover. So some of these ones that are really getting beat up, sometimes you can find some as it starts moving, you really get a short squeeze.
Yeah, I think I've actually heard of that website, but I've never gone to it. So that's a probably a good one too.
I mean, I just try and look at as much information when you get sort of the doldrums during the day, look around, see if you can find something.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I think all this stuff's really good, right? I mean, that kind of stuff I think is, high level indicators that kind of give you direction, right? That you don't have to overthink. I'm a big fan of those.
I got a guy in this other trading room I'm in. He's had a whole app. He wants to charge like $700 to do, RVOL on the chart. Then he also tells you, when to buy, when to sell. It's got all the candles. I never bought any of it, but he's successful at it.
So we can make different quote sheets in Thinkorswim, and we can detach them. So we could have like a whole screen of quote sheets. Does anybody know if there's a maximum number of tickers Thinkorswim lets you have?
I got like 500. It doesn't stop. I mean, you have S&P 500s there, so there's at least 500. You can.
Nicole, do you mean in your watch list or what?
Yeah. Yeah. You just hit detach from.
Oh yeah, I take a spreadsheet from Excel and I highlight it and import the whole spreadsheet in, and it never limited me before. So I think you're good.
Okay, because on my other charting software, I've got like 800, and I have them categorized into sectors. So I've got like industrials, defense stocks, stuff like that, semiconductors. But it would be really great if I could have that high-low volume that John told us about, and just have everything consolidated.
You can pull up the Russell 3000 and look at all 3,000 stocks as a watch list.
Corey, yesterday's point of control was around 43.40 for the ES futures. So I'm targeting to close my short around 43.38ish, 43, somewhere in there.
Yeah, let me look at Spot Gamma, and I'll tell you, I sent something just Nicole let her open her eyes. Spot Gamma looks at and see where the put and the call volume are is when it's positive or delta neutral. When it does, then if it's delta neutral, the market maker's got to start selling. So the range today is 4,400 is the top, 43.30 is critical support. So if 43.30 breaks, then you're going to see massive selling.
Nicole, one comment I will make about the using the system for stocks and everything though. you probably know this already, but just FYI. So one thing about TOS that I did learn is the more tickers and the more scans that you put in it, the slower the system will run. So I'm not telling you that like you shouldn't do it, but even particularly scans, one thing about TOS, which sucks, like scans are great, but if they're dynamic scans that update automatically, unfortunately, that tends to really bog it down because I don't know. I think there's settings where you can limit how much it updates, but one of the ways that they tell you can speed up the system is to actually limit the watch list scans. But anyway, just
That's
FYI.
crazy.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like I'm saying
Scans, or what if I just want like a generic quote sheet of tickers?
Well, again, like I'm saying, you can have lots and lots of quotes, but what I have found is when you have lots of data in the system, right? So you have lots and lots and lots of tickers, anything that's pulling in data, right? It's doing all that all the time. So if you have like lots of charts and lots of, you know what I mean? Any of that stuff kind of bogs the system down. So I'm not telling you the limit you should use. What I'm saying is if you're on a mission to speed up your TOS, one of the things they will tell you is if you've got watch lists that you don't really use, if you've got scans you don't really use, if you've got saved charts and studies and things that are in there that you're not using, pulling those out, you will see that your system will run faster. So just think about that when you're putting all the stuff in the system. If it's not running as fast, you could be bogging the system down a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I went to Best Buy and I got the cheapest laptop that they had, OpenBox. It wasn't super cheap. The one I wanted was gone, but it's lightning fast for Active Trader.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't really know where the limits are. And some scans actually I find are less bogged down than others because I think, not to get overly technical, but I'm sure it has to do with the code and the complexity of the way the scan runs, right? So I'm sure one person could have like 5 or 10 scans and that could be the same as like 2 scans. But like I said, I will tell you, I've had some scans where the system like completely ground to a halt, and then I've had other scans where like it didn't impact it at all. But I do know that those scans and that data definitely will impact performance if you've got too many of them and they're really taxing the system.
So like, what is the solution then? Because my laptop could not get any nicer. And I just want information. Like it feels like such a simple request. So
what
do
I
I
would
need
do
to
is your
get
new
a
laptop.
desktop that I put like 128 gigs of RAM in? Like, is that the solution?
No, I think your new laptop that you have, just do Active Trader and your watch list on it.
Yeah, but like, I mean, John's right, because I click on something currently on Thinkorswim on my pretty nice laptop, and it's like, wait 2 seconds, then change.
Well, so here, this is what I'm going to tell you I did. I don't know that there's a solution, right? So what I had to go through, and it depends on the system you're using, whether it's a desktop or a laptop, right? And some of these technical guys have some comments, right? But I think it just depends on the system you're running, but you got to kind of find the sweet spot, right? Like when I was on my laptop, I couldn't run all the screens and I couldn't run all as much at the same time. So for example, I had to run less charts. I had to run charts with less studies on them. I had to have fewer scans and fewer watch lists, right? Then I got a desktop, right? It was more powerful. So I could run more charts. I could have more screens up. So what I'm saying to you is there isn't like one answer. What I'm saying is that if you start tweaking it and say like, well, what's most important to me? You might be like, what's important to me is I want to have a lot of charts. Well, if you start with charts that have like barely any studies in them, you might find that you can run 20 charts. Then you start running some of your studies, and some of the studies don't take up much horsepower. So, so to be very technical, right? Like the pivot study might barely impact the system, but if you run the Jerry's volume study in there, that could really tax the system. So I hate to say it like that because it sounds like very monotonous, but that is the way I went through it. And ultimately you kind of find like Jerry, if you saw his picture, he sent a picture of his setup. He has very scaled down charts and he's got tons of them.
Yeah.
I can tell you that that's not going to take a lot of processing power. The charts that you see that I've got 10 on my screen I shared the other day, those studies, I can tell you they wear a lot because I used to have like 20 charts up. And I decided that I wanted all that stuff on there. So I condensed it down from 20 to 15 to 10. And when I got it to 10, it was working better for me. But even with my high powered system, it was still lagging until I got it down to a more manageable number.
How much RAM do you have in yours?
I have 32, but the RAM is not really the problem because it doesn't use all the RAM, right? It's part of it is having a high processing system and having RAM. And then the other part of it is TOS because it's a cloud, like it's pulling data. So there's sort of a point, inflection point at which you can have the best computer in the world. And then no matter how good it is, you can't make TOS run any better.
That makes a lot of sense because I'm running 2 charting softwares and my second one, my original one, is faster than TOS is. And what I've been doing is working on importing the same indicators and stuff into Thinkorswim, and it's just super slow.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you can always optimize it, right? I'm not saying that you can't, and I'm sure there's all different things. People have tried a lot of different stuff. And also I can tell you, like, for example, when I bought my server from the company that built my machine for me, they specifically asked me what system I use to trade because they know that there are different processors that are better configured to run TOS versus TradingView and like NinjaTrader. So like they told me there was a more expensive option when I bought my computer. And they were like, I was like, oh, I want that one. And they're like, well, if you're running TOS, I can tell you that that more expensive one is going to run slower for you on TOS. So I would not have known that, right? But these guys, so I'm just saying that there's a lot more to it. And some of it's just because TOS is like a system that was like built and bastardized over like 20 years. So, but anyway, my point just being that getting a high powered computer server, right, that's optimized will get you probably the best performance you can get. But there is a point at which no matter how awesome your server is, you know, it's going to run like, wow, you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is 1,000 times better than what I have. But it's never going to be perfect. Like I have a kick-ass system and I still have to limit what I can do.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Nicole, try this. Under your TOS, hit setup, go to application in the right corner on your TOS, setup, application settings. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah.
And then hit system and then make sure that, yeah, the quote speed show real time, no delay.
It is, yeah. Between you guys and watching YouTube videos, everything I think is as fast as it could go. Maybe I can empty the trash again.
And again, I'll say that same thing I said before, Nicole. When I started getting creative, because everyone on this board is saying the same thing that I've been saying, we're all like tinkerers, right? We all love new studies, right? We all love to add new stuff. But one of the things I found is that like no one really, I shouldn't use the word no one, but I started to realize that like you don't realize that these things are built by other people and that there are conflicts that get created that you don't realize. So
that makes sense.
So sometimes I found that your system could be running really well, and then you don't actually know where the problem is. So sometimes you have to actually do like problem testing where you start pulling this stuff out and then you realize like, oh, this awesome new study that I love just fucked up everything else I have on my system.
That makes perfect sense.
So that's just a suggestion I can tell you from what I went through. I can't imagine I'm the only one that had that problem, but you know, that's something I've gone through a lot.
Okay. Thank you. So I allocated, it looks like 32 gigs, 3.2 million K. Is that 32 gigs of RAM? I'm in the help section of TOS right now. And it says of the 32, 3.2 million used is, it goes from 2.7 to 1.5 to 1.3 back up to 2 something.
Yeah, well, the other thing I would tell you is that everything I've read about allocating RAM does not tell you that you should allocate 100% of your RAM to TOS.
Yeah, it looks like it's only about half.
Right, so I mean, like I have 32 gigs of RAM, but like when I set mine up, I think I allocated like 18 or 24. I don't know why, actually, Corey and these guys probably know the answer to that better, but I just know you're not supposed to allocate all of it to TOS, so don't do that.
Your computer needs to run.
Right, right. Well, I'm just saying, so,
Internet.
yeah,
Yeah.
because when you log in, you can set like how much you allocate to it. So
Yeah.
you don't want to allocate all of it.
No. Yeah, even on my new one yesterday, I allocated, I think, 2/3. Yeah.
The other thing I would tell you, sorry, since we're talking about this, is if you go to help, you can collect the garbage. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's what I just said. I
Sorry.
did that.
Yeah,
just
okay.
now.
Yeah, that's like a basic thing. I thought you knew that, so I didn't. But
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, there's a bunch I don't know.
Starbucks is gonna be long over 122. So I was getting ready to break at 1:30.
Yeah, you
Oh,
know
it's
what I
AX trading.
do, Nicole? Here's what I recommend. Call up TOS, make an appointment. They do it on Saturday. They'll go through and optimize your computer and show you everything that you have. They'll give you
Really?
45 minutes for free. Yeah, just call them up,
Whoa.
schedule an appointment, and they did it to mine and show me a few tricks. So
Cool, Corey.
you just got to call them up, make an appointment.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Thank you.
But just as a side journey, I've been doing tons of scans through my career, doing this and all that stuff. To be honest with you, Jerry's probably got it the best. He's got 2 screens. He's got 20, 30 tickers on it. He knows them forward and backwards. That's why he gets in, makes money quick, and just screws around the rest of the day with us. I mean, that's probably the best way than wasting all your time trying to find everything during the day. Just study those however many tickers. He got 15, 20 tickers. He knows them forwards and backwards, and that's why he kicks butt. And then you go out and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, a lot of times we overcomplicate shit. We don't need a bunch of stuff on here. Setups are nice, but really, I mean, I'm using. I got 3 old TV monitors and a couple. I got a new desktop and a laptop, and it works.
yeah, I mean, Nicole, one of the things that I will say is, like, you see, I have a lot of lines on my charts.
So I was breaking out right this second.
Like,
The
one of
cross
the
is
things,
130. It's long. It's 21260, 212 daily, and 4 hour.
like, one of the things I realized with those lines is that I could get a lot of the resistance and data on my charts without having to put studies on there. So it was almost like a way to kind of go light, if that makes sense. Like not having to do like moving averages. And so I'm not saying not to use studies, but once I realized, to Jerry's point, right, like you don't need to have a lot of stuff. So I was always looking for key lines, right? And I had all these, like, I don't know, some people use cloud and some people use, moving average, everything up. You know what I mean? I wanted to get as many of the studies off my screen because, again, it takes up data. So I'm not telling you to do what I did, but that was one way I used the strategy to get studies out to make it run faster.
Yeah, well, what I was hoping to do, not knowing that much about Thinkorswim yet, what I had been hoping to do is take the other charting software that I used and put it into Thinkorswim. The software is great. It works really well. Actually, the Slow Stow that Corey just mentioned, I put up, and it's nearly identical to the stock RSI that I use on a different charting system, like nearly identical. But what I liked about being able to put it into Thinkorswim was that I could add volume studies and all kinds of stuff, the pivot line, so I could have everything on one and not have to keep switching back over to parallels to hopefully not have that extra load taxing the computer. And now I'm learning that I just might be taxing the computer too by having TOS so loaded.
Right. Another thing you could do, I've tried this, is that you could get TrendSpider.
Okay.
TrendSpider, and I have a login for it, and you can check it out if you want to check out mine. TrendSpider is like an advanced, really advanced charting software tool, and it's
Okay.
web-based, it's cloud-based. So basically, let's say you didn't want to do any of your charting inside TOS.
Is
and you
anybody
want-
else looking at Domino's? Because this thing is just booking today.
DTZ,
Um, but you could basically
Yeah.
do all your charting
Yeah.
outside of it if you wanted to. So you wouldn't have to do any charting inside of TOS.
Starbucks is back in break 122.
How is AX trading?
Hang on. I
What's
closed
that?
my Starbucks too early.
I'm trying to get long Apple here again.
Is that Ben that just said that?
Yeah, it crossed over the VWAP, and I like to trade it, like scalp it really fast with a lot of shares and then be out.
No. But it's got a PMG coming back up on the 15.
Yeah, well, that would be fantastic. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
So that thing helped you a lot on the system. It sped your computer up? Ben?
Oh, yeah, well, it's just now I have to get used to the quotes are coming in so dang fast. It's like makes my head spin. But yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Another thing that everyone should do in the room is, you know, at least once a week, you know, go again back over to your setup, save your workspace, and then take your workspace and then save it on your email, you know, the TOS of your workspace, just in case your computer ever crashed. At least you have your workspace saved that you can bring it back up on another computer.
Yeah, that's probably a great idea. I don't think I've ever done that, and that's probably an excellent idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I have
I got a new PC, and TOS showed me how to do that. You just you save it and then you know, you import it over to your email and just save that every so often. So just something ever happened, you can bring it up quick. Like Jerry says, his workspace, you can do your own and bring it up instantaneous without, you know, any hiccup.
Starbucks broke 122.
I have a note that's shared throughout all my Apple devices that and I've emailed the note to myself too, of different grids, chart studies, like a study set, workspaces, just in case something happens. It would be terrible to have to redo this.
Another thing that's even better than that is if you could take these scans and load them off somewhere else. Because if you swap computers, you can reload the workspace, but you can't reload your scans.
No,
I
the
thought you
workspace,
could save the scans
no, the
instantly.
workspace includes the scans.
But that's what I was gonna say. You save the workspace. It doesn't matter whatever you have on that workspace.
Yeah.
All the extra studies and scans and everything. If you don't have them on your new computer, you're not gonna get them on the saved workspace.
That's
They're
right.
not gonna come up.
You gotta save it. You gotta save that code.
It's just like when Jerry sends, shares his scans. If we don't have those studies exactly as he has, they're not going to do anything for us.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I take those scans too. I didn't know that, but anytime
Well,
Jerry shares one or whatever, I add that to the note. I've got like a super long note file.
So you have to do every scan individually?
Yeah, on a new computer, you've got to reload. it.
Really? Because I got a new PC and I did what I just said. I backed it up, like I said, brought it in, imported it, and I had everything there.
Yeah.
What you need to do is save your studies. If
Yeah.
you save your studies, then you have everything that'll be in your scans and everything.
What I'm saying is when I saved my workspace, it saved everything that was contained in it. Everything. And I brought it up on another computer and everything was the same.
That probably work.
Well, if you had, if the studies and everything were like default studies in the TOS, then
No,
They
no,
weren't-
my studies. It took everything in my workspace that was contained. I imported to a new computer and everything was the exact same.
So I just got this new laptop and everything that was shared with me that I've imported and everything that I have shared, including like to myself, etc., is in the shared section of the new laptop. I haven't loaded any of it, but it's all there.
Yeah, that's all you need is the code, is that code or the number, the share link. Once you got the share link, you're good to go.
So yeah, maybe I guess when they have your studies saved in TOS, once you pull TOS back up, they're there already. So
Yeah. No, so that's what I'm saying. I saved my whole entire workspace. Whatever's contained in my workspace saves it. And I brought it over to another computer, brought it up, and everything was the exact same.
yeah, that
Everything.
makes sense. And then if you get a shared file though from Jerry, the scans, if you don't have the studies that he has on his scans, then you have to import those studies as well.
Well, as long as I save my workspace,
No, I understand what you're
update
saying.
it,
and You're right.
and then it brings it into the
If
workspace.
your workspace has all the studies in there, then and your TOS has all your studies, then it'll save it. But I'm
Yeah,
saying
okay.
if you get a
Okay.
shared file from like Jerry, the scan, and you don't have his studies exactly as he has them, they're not going to work for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like the 2-1 or the pivot machine gun scan. If you don't have the candles that I've made, it might not work either.
I think what ended up happening when Jerry saved his workspace, maybe he had an older one and he's updated new scans in it and he didn't update that workspace when he gave it out.
I already loaded somebody once it though. DQ, damn stupid. Gosh.
Hey, Nicole, I don't know if you know this too. You probably do. So again, I always like preface to say, but I'm not trying to tell everyone stuff they don't know, but TOS also does have now this like web version of TOS. I don't use it. So it's not the same, right? So it's not there. It's not like if you log into, TD Ameritrade and do a web-based trade, they actually have the actual desktop version of TOS, but it's a cloud-based system. So it's a web version of TOS.
Yeah, wow. I saw that when I was downloading TOS into my new laptop. I assume though that it was like crappy.
No, well, I'll tell you this. I mean, in terms of the way it runs and the performance, I'm not going to say that it has all the same features that the desktop version has, but because they built it from scratch, like they haven't rebuilt TOS desktop from scratch, but because they built TOS web, right, from scratch, it runs a hell of a lot better.
Wow.
But
That's
again,
really cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to be like, oh, wow, it's apples to apples. But if you were to load that and try to trade off of it, you'd be blown away at how much better it physically runs than desktop top or like the desktop version. And it actually is a lot better than you would expect considering it's desktop software. So, it really comes down to like how much you need to do, but it's something you might want to check out, right? Because I mean, for some people, it might be like, oh my God, this thing's kick ass. I can't believe that this is here.
Yeah, seriously.
How do you find that?
Here, I'll post a link to it. Hold on.
I'm
Just go to
looking on my
right?
I'm looking at my TD account and I can't find the link to it anywhere.
Hold on, I'll post a link right now. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off here.
Okay.
So I'll be back on in the morning. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
All right,
Careful
Jerry.
out there.
Look at this.
Marcus traffic.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you there, Jerry.
Bye, y'all. John, you want control of the screen?
Hey, Jerry, before you go, can you take a look at X?
X, yeah.
Is
I mean,
it
you can
swing or-
you can give it to me. I don't know how much I'm gonna share, but we'll see. I might jump off too, because this market's fucking brutal.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking the same thing, like, I might just do something else right now.
Yeah, because a lot of times you make money in the morning, then you sit around trying to make a trade, and you're gonna get money back. That's all I see.
Yeah, so
X. Steel.
I think I found the site, John.
Oh, X looks really good. There's a hammer up, there's a pullback, the upside in the 4 hours, it comes back through range. 2-2 is near the bottom, it's been in a downshift on the weekly. The month, this could be a sort of reversal, who knows? But it's reversing on the 4 hours, it comes back to pivot low. You got 2 pullbacks. You got a hammer today. Flat top, it needs to break that 2320 level, it looks like. And that shows right here on this 1530. If you look at it, it's starting to wick. The wicks are getting bigger on the 5-minute as it comes up to that level. So the wick's getting larger. That means there's a little bit of problems as it gets up. It has been pushing nicely. I'm going to keep going. The first level, if you take it long though, you're gonna have to get to that $23.25 level. But it's touched there 3 different times on the daily. It's going to act as pretty good resistance right there. If it breaks through there, you can keep going. It could be a sort of reversal. To take the daily and the weekly up too. So if it breaks that level, it could see 23.72 and ultimately 25.30. But it's moving pretty good today. So just be mindful of those wicks there. It's starting to see some resistance up there as it gets close. That's all I see on that. Nobody's got its first pullback to the upside, and Myrna's starting to push up. Everything else is chopping. I mean, something looks good. That's like Starbucks, you know, pushed up and now it's starting to come back down. Hopefully it retests that breakout zone, but everything that was puke is now starting to turn around, and it's gonna go back to that range. It's gonna chop some more on the way back through. So I'm out of here. I'm not gonna sit through this. Y'all have a good day, and I'll see you in the morning. We'll do it again.
Take it easy, Joe.
all right, Jared. Thanks for everything.
You're welcome. We'll see y'all later.
So I just posted in the chat. I posted 2 links. I found the right link. They're both links would work, but the second one's I think the easier one. So if you click on that trade.thinkorswim.com, you should get a black login screen.
Yeah, I found it, John, but that's good for whoever else needs it.
Right. Well, just have someone else try it. Nicole, just click on that. It should pull up a web page. Or someone else, I don't care. Someone else has used it, and then,
It's on my iPad. I can still try it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just pulled it up.
Okay.
I put in the login.
Right, and then you should just put in your login and password just like you use TOS.
Right.
And once you do that, it should pull up the interface, and then from there, you're golden.
Yep. The setup is a little different. You have to get used to it, but
Well, like I said, yeah. So I'm not saying that I'm an expert on the setup, but I think that, you know, it does a lot.
Executing your orders are better.
You know, I think it's definitely worth taking a look at, and, you know, especially for people who are like just absolutely frustrated with the underperformance of the system, you know, it's probably worth, you know, just messing around with it, because, you know, I can tell you right off the bat, regardless, it runs way faster and way more stable than desktop does. But I know you just can't do everything that you can do on the desktop.
I'll play around with it and see how it works.
I haven't used it in months.
Have you tried live trading with it?
Yeah, I've used it.
It executes pretty fast.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it does, yeah, it does, yeah, it's good. Some of the things on it I like there's some views like the portfolio view and gains and stuff. Some of the views I actually think are better.
Doesn't have an active trader though, right?
I don't know that actually.
I don't see one anyway, just
Like I
offhand.
said, I'd have to mess with it. I haven't used it in probably almost a year. So I know
Yeah.
they've made major improvements to it even since then. So it's probably way better than you and I remember it.
Yeah, I may play around with it and see. They're trying to compete with Tasty Trade, I guess, but the website.
Well, I think that the challenge that they have is that, like I said, is from a technical perspective, everybody loves TOS. But from a architecture perspective, fixing TOS is almost impossible, right? Like they have to literally rebuild it from scratch to do.
Yeah. Be a nightmare.
So I think that what they're doing here is I know that the goal, they would never get rid of TOS because they know that they would have a revolt amongst the entire user base, which is why they keep having all the advertisements that say, we're committed to Tasty Trade long-term, we're never getting rid of it. But I think that what they've decided is that if we have any chance of creating a system that's more stable, we're better off building a web version from scratch, right? And seeing if we can get users to like that than trying to overhaul and fix Tasty, TOS desktop. And in the meantime, we'll keep trying to improve TOS desktop. So that's my pretty educated guess of what the business strategy is.
Just a
And
quick look around. Yeah, there's some limitations. You can only do it. The lowest time frame chart is a daily chart, and you don't have all the tools you have, and I don't see anywhere where you could put in any studies.
Oh, Joe, switch it around to say intraday instead of you got to, in order to get lower than the day time frame, hit your thing over to intraday.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me see. Where are you looking at that though?
Yeah, hold on, I gotta log back in.
Intraday. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got to set your screen to like a day today. Yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh, you have some studies. It's like the basic studies.
yeah, I mean, I would spend some time on it. I wouldn't just evaluate it. And again, I'll just say, I'm not promoting it. I just think that most people probably don't even know it exists. And if they do, they probably haven't used it. So check it out. And some people might be like, wow, I didn't even know it's here. This is actually pretty cool.
No,
And
you're
if you're
absolutely
trading
right.
this,
I mean, if it executes faster as far as the trading goes, that's might be able to use it.
well, again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the trades will clear faster, but if your system is not running that fast, right? Because it bogs down, and this system could do the same thing, but the performance is 10 times faster, then you are going to get better execution.
Right. I get it.
Right. So, but I'm not the expert on the software, and I haven't looked at it in a while. So I think people need to look at it themselves and see what it has to offer. But now you have it. So go ahead, take a look at it and make your own educated decision.
Well, thanks for letting us know. I mean,
yeah, no problem.
I didn't even realize it.
Is anybody in any positions right now?
I got stopped at Apple, but if the SPY goes through VWAP again, well, the ES goes through VWAP again, I'm gonna try Apple again because I'm stubborn.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. I'm stubborn too, so you and I have the same trading disposition.
Yeah, not recommended.
Yeah, it's not one of the better emotional traits, but we can be on the same team.
You got it.
How about anyone else? Is anybody else in any positions right now? Take that as a no.
I'm in a FCX call.
Yeah, so FCX had earnings today, so this morning. So that's part of why it's moving. Yeah, the market's been pretty crappy today, so I mean, if you're green, certainly no shame, or there's nothing wrong with just cutting it. I wouldn't expect that the rest of the day is going to be much different than yesterday. We probably would see some action late, like yesterday, but man, it's been ranging like crazy. Obviously, who knows what the market's going to do? I mean, I don't know. Could see some breakouts, but most of what I'm looking at on my board and most of what I'm seeing is just the same tight ranges moving back and forth. So and so far, everything that I've entered today, right when it's broken out, I've waited for confirmation. And as soon as I waited for confirmation, because it actually broke the lows and got to where it did, it's reversed on me. So it's definitely been a tough trading day. I see crowds in a range, Amazon's in a range, Nvidia's in a range, Shop's in a range, Novax is in a range, Roku's in a range, Tesla's in a range. Myrna has actually traded back to the place where it opened. So it's, well, back to the high from yesterday, which is where it went this morning. So we got a lot of action. I don't have anything on the board that's breaking out big. I got some moderate action, green, Starbucks and Nike, which is just saying that it's positive. It's not strong action. And I've got some moderate red action at the bottom, Peloton, Space, Teladoc, which is, again, the same thing, right? That's just, those are ranging signals. And I've got a ton of stuff in the middle. And that's just what's on my list, right? So there might be stocks that I'm missing. But that's what I can see right now.
I got a question, guys. If I'm using Discord on my phone, how do I find your group? How do I access it?
If you're already a member of the group, then it should be there when you open up Discord.
I don't know if I am or not.
You don't know if you're a member of the group?
No.
It'll be best to let me see if I could send an invite into the chat. That way you can that should open it up for you.
So you got to go through the desktop first, internet?
No, you shouldn't have to. Let me see if I could send an invite. All right, I just sent the invite in the chat. If you open that up on your, you're on your phone? Are you on your phone with the Zoom?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, if you copy that, well, I don't know how you copy it to your phone. Or just type it in. If you see it, you can see it in the chat, right?
Okay, let me see. Yeah.
Just type that into your phone browser, I guess. And it'll open up it should open up the Discord if you have the Discord on your phone, the app.
Okay. Yep, I've got it. Cool, thanks. Appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Shop's picking up here.
Yeah, shop's still in a pretty tight range. Top of the range is at 1596. Bottom range 1577. It's at 1591 right now. I mean, again, you could trade it, but if you look at the 30-minute, you can kind of see that since the second candle, it went up to the ADR, pulled back, and then it's been kind of inside most of the day. So, you know, and it's coming up on that ADR. So at 1591, the ADR is at 1596. So you got about a 5-point move. It did break out above ADR earlier once at 1598, and then it got to 1601. Both times it failed. So if you're looking for a quick scalp, that's a pretty tight move. It's a 5, what's that, 15, yeah, 1590. So you basically have a $6 move in there, which you could try to get because the flip just happened. But you'd probably want to be out before 1596. And then, but if you were trying to really go long on this thing again, you'd really want to wait until it cleared 1602.
Man, I'm the best right now at just buying the top of this every time.
Yeah, you're not alone, man. You're not alone. All day long, man. I feel like I wait for the confirmation. And that's right where I get in. I'm like, boom, beautiful. And then it reverses in range. Tesla, I just had to get stopped out. It came up to the top here. And now I got to wait because I can see it's now coming to the top of this range, and I can see just right where I got out, it's going to reverse on me again. Very frustrating.
When you get out, it goes back the way you wanted it to go.
Yep. Yep. But because Nicole told me I have to do a better job, I'm trying to get out more. But I even waited too long on this one because the range was tighter originally. But of course, once I found the range, it decided to make the range bigger. So now it's up to the beginning candle of the 3 candle down on the 5, which is right below the pivot. So I'm sure it'll get right to the pivot, and now it's going to come back down again. So
Yeah, I was hoping the VIX was kind of like dropping off a little bit. I was like, all right, maybe that'll lift things a little bit, and it's just not happening.
And one of the things that's been tough, at least in my opinion, is that trading these ranges doesn't usually concern me as much, but because this thing is grinding, it's moving so slow. It's even if you're trying to get a quick move, it's harder to get these gamma spikes because it's not moving with velocity. So like I've had the last couple of days, I've had a couple green trades where they kept going green to red because as they're moving up, they just wouldn't get there. And I wasn't getting the gamma spike, and then it pulled back quickly. And that's because there just wasn't enough velocity. They're just not the buying momentum right now because it's just low volume. And, you know, like Amazon before when it was moving up, even when it started to break out, right? It's just not the same kind of momentum as the breakouts from this morning, you know, that plays a big role in it. So I didn't compensate for it enough. And some people were asking me about that before, about like, how do you know when to exit? And that's the thing, right? Like if the velocity is not there and you're shooting for a target, you got to know that, well, if you felt like you could have your target out at $150, just making this up, right? The most important thing you want to do is get a fill. I'm stubborn, like my friend who said he's stubborn. So I kept sticking to my guns. And I mean, yesterday I must have had 4 times where instead of moving it down in time, I kept trying to hold it and I missed the fills. That cost me real money. I mean, you just can't do that. You know, you gotta recognize that and you gotta adjust it based on the volume, not based on the target. So, and how do you see that? I mean, you can see it based on the velocity, right? Right now, I'm seeing this slow move up, gently move up in Tesla. So there's no way you're going to get gamma spike on a fast move up when Tesla's moving this slow. So you got to get to a point where you know that you're going to get guaranteed fill. So just something to think about, right? Like when you're thinking about setting your targets, days like today, you want to be more conservative. If you're trying to make sure you get an exit,
Not
have close.
not to interrupt you, but usually this comes with volume. Motley Fool just released their Best Buy updates, and it was Airbnb, Autodesk, Netflix, Sam, and Zebra. So typically things spike in there around the same time. So check out those 5 tickers and see if anything happened.
Yeah, that's good. Say that again. Absolutely. You can interrupt me.
Airbnb, Autodesk, Netflix, Sam, and Zebra. I'll type them in.
So Netflix was on that list? Curious. Netflix
Yeah, they put that on the list. But I mean, this is just one, one service. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying check it out sometimes because they get volume a lot of the times when they release those things.
Mm-hmm.
Autodesk, Netflix.
I'm not as big at traders as you guys, but I'm doing decent today as far as I got about 120, 140% on that FCX. I bought some cheap call options this morning.
That's good. That's awesome.
No, that's smart. Gold rallied after this morning when it was down, so that was nice.
Yeah, F6 is copper. I assume you knew that, but
isn't it a mining company all around now?
no, it's yeah, but they do copper.
Oh, it's only copper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. I mean, But copper's been like going like hotcakes because of the building boom. So that's been what driving the stock a lot.
No, it makes sense. I see the copper futures are up too today, so it makes good sense.
What's everyone else doing? Olivia, you on today? What are you up to? Let's see, is that there?
I don't think she's on today.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. See her on there. How about Russell? See, Russell's on here. That was Ben. That was.
He's gone. He
Yeah,
left
I'm
earlier.
here.
Yeah, Russell, you're here, right?
I'm here, yeah.
How you doing today, bud?
Oh, I thought you went to bed, Russell. I thought I saw a message.
What's that?
I thought I saw a message earlier that you were leaving.
No, I didn't miss it.
Aren't you?
No.
Oh no, that was. I think that was Ralph. Yeah. Sorry.
How you doing today? You making money? You in any positions?
I just took X. I'm just watching it to see if it's gonna break or not.
Okay. Did you buy an option, a spread, or you just make it, or you just buy call or
Yeah,
put, or
just regular option.
which one, call or put?
Call.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I'm in BA2. BA just kicking me up and down, but I'm holding it right now.
Well, I asked people if they were in any positions. You didn't say anything, Russell. Don't be afraid. You can tell everyone. We all want to know what you're doing.
Oh, maybe I was away from the screen. I just go and come back. I don't know. Maybe I missed it when you guys said it.
It's okay. I'm just busting your chops. Just giving you a hard time. All right, but that's good. So BA and X. Okay, so cool. Let's see who else. What about let's see. What about Ann Daly? Ann loves to have great comments, but I don't know if I've ever heard Ann talk.
She used to talk.
I know. She always has great comments. I never hear talk. And
John, you
Do you
made
not-
a PowerPoint the other day. What section of this court is that in?
it's in the resources section.
Hey guys, this is Ann Daly. I'm out working, so I'm just listening in the background.
Oh, okay. Well, it's nice to hear your voice, Ann.
Yeah, but
And
I made good today on the on Baba. I bought it last week, 2-week contract, and it ran. So I made good today.
Oh.
And you gotta root for me, Ann. I need you to root for Apple here. Come on now.
Of course, go, go, go.
And that's awesome. All right. Well, I don't want to interrupt your work day, but actually, it's nice to hear your voice. So, and I appreciate all your good comments. So keep them up. Thanks.
Say that again, Ann. It's working. Go, go, go.
Yeah, it looks like the market is trying to, but everything's still in the range. So Tesla's trying, but it's not broken out of the range yet. So Amazon is pushing up here, but it pushed up before and then screwed me. So I'm gonna watch it and see. Every time I go long, when it does something, it fails. But Amazon is trying to do something productive. If Tesla can break 650.25. It would be long. In a perfect world, whether it will hold it or not is different. Let's see, what else we got on here?
You did it, Ann. Thank you very much.
How about Florida's Flores? Who's that? Oh, that's a crazy name. Do we know Florida's Flores? Are you out there? You have a very creative name.
I've never heard from that
No.
person.
If you'd like to introduce yourself and share what you're focused on with the group. I'm not trying to put people on the spot to make them uncomfortable. But since the market's a little dead, you might as well feel like give the opportunity to speak up if you'd like to. Don't really get much out of the group if you're working on trades or you've got positions and you don't feel like you are, you know, you can open your mouth and ask a question or Amazon's trying to, there's a pivot here at 36.31 from the previous high. I'm not going to touch this thing if it doesn't break that. So if Amazon could get above 36.32, it could possibly be long again.
Is there a key sequence on Thinkorswim if you've dragged your charts to the left to get it all the way back to the end? Like, can you hit home?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm sure there is. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, so you don't have to drag it all, scroll it all the way back over to the right.
Yeah, and then like overshoot it, and then you're like, oops.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there is though, probably. There's probably a hotkey or something.
When you create your grid, it usually balances them out as far as size wise goes. But if you,
Well-
you slide them yourself, then you have to figure it out.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to go back in time and look at something. So, but to that point, I meant to ask you guys this too. I don't know if anybody knows. There are different kinds of grids, flexible grids, and then charts gives you like equally spaced grids. I've got the same one that Jerry has on one screen, the flexible grid that's got all the tickers on it. That's got the hour 30 and or hour 15 and 5. And when I tried to add some more, you go to customize grid on flexible grid, go to customize grid, and then you can add boxes to the right, left, or down. And when I tried to space them evenly, there's a glitch. I actually called Thinkorswim about it. There's a glitch or messaged them, I mean. And so now I've got like unevenly spaced boxes. And if I try to adjust some of them, it shoots all of my boxes off to the right. And it like till infinity stretches out that box and it just won't stop. Does anybody know a workaround?
That's weird. You're on the flexible grid, huh?
Yeah. I wish I could just take all of these and put them on a normal grid. That'd be easier, but it took so daggone long. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd have to, I'm not sure. I'd have to see what you're saying. I do know that, I don't know if this is what you're saying or if this would help, but I do know that when you go into the settings, right, you can sort of give yourself a little extra room on the right. Do you know that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, right, right. but I don't,
Actual size of the box. And if I try to adjust it, it just starts slowly expanding, like somebody's holding the right arrow down. It just makes the box wider and wider and wider and wider and wider, and it won't stop. I have to restart thing or something.
That's weird.
it might be one of the selections about like if it's including different things. I don't know. I'd have to.
I don't know. I'll put my video on and point it at it. Hold on. Wait.
I'm not sure exactly the problem you're talking about, but
How do I switch my
What-
camera
what-
around? There we go.
Nicole,
I can't see. Can you guys see my charts?
Not right now. When you talk, I guess we can't see, but
Oh, I think it has to do with your view settings.
there's
So
your
this,
charts there. Yeah.
yeah, this right here, this Tesla box is wider than the one above it, than the one above it. This Adobe box is squished and it's wider, it's narrower than the one above it and the one above it. And it threw off NVIDIA a little bit. So if I try to adjust it, it'll let me right now.
Kind of hard to see because you're far away.
Yeah. If I try to adjust it. You have to, oh, well, it sort of worked. It was not doing that like the other 10 times I tried it. Never fails. You ask for help and you're like, see, it's this problem, and then it works. Well, it's letting me do it now. So never mind.
I think I know what you're saying though, because I've tried to adjust boxes before too, and it's like, it's really a pain. It's very hard to do, and you got to keep playing with it.
Yeah, no. So this Tesla box and the one above it, and because I just duplicated these grids, it would just start going and not stop growing. And it would like squish all of these to the right of it. And all of a sudden I'd have like the widest candles and the widest box, like to infinity on Tesla. And it would just push all the other ones off the screen.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, I've had
Yeah,
trouble
I tried with it, but I
adjusting the
left
box myself. Had to play with it.
I couldn't play with it. Anytime I touched it, it would just start expanding.
But then I don't have a setup like yours either, so I don't know.
Joe trades off of 8-track in his car.
And a cassette uses a pencil to wind back up.
He
So
does.
I have a 17-inch gaming laptop that I traded off of.
Nice.
And I don't know, it's lasted me several years. I've had it for over 5 years now, and it's done pretty good. So
Nice.
it's got,
That's awesome.
got an i7 computer. You know, I'm not tech savvy as far as computer technical stuff goes, but I can figure out a lot of stuff. So my screen isn't as big as all yours. Maybe one day I'll get there where I'll have an array of screens.
I don't know what I would do without my screens. I love them. They're helpful.
Did you have somebody help you set that up, or you knew how to? You have all the screens hooked up to one computer, right? Where your mouse switches over to each screen or whatever.
Yeah, no, I didn't have anyone help me. I'm fairly techie. I'm decent at figuring things out too. Sometimes it just takes me a while. But with this is, gosh, probably my 5th or 6th setup. I used to have 4 55-inch TVs, 4K TVs, and they were mounted to the wall. And the first time it was like mine now, 3 on the bottom, 1 up top. And I had an electric desk that I would sit and stand at, because my old stock teacher said that we should be 6 to 8 feet away, and the TVs were basically the equivalent of 4 27-inch TV or screens, monitors. So it was like I had 16 27-inch monitors. And that was okay. It was just enormous. I've got a picture of it somewhere. And then I put them in a grid pattern. And then when work started sending me down to Cabo, I had 11 15.6-inch USB monitors, and I had a couple hubs that I would connect into my laptop.
You would take those with you?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I had a place in Cabo. I lived in 2 places, one place in Arizona and one place in Cabo. So I had stuff in 2 places.
You didn't have to travel with them.
No, when I would travel, I would only take some of them, and I would take 6, might have been more. Yeah, but I had a Pelican case that I would put them in, and they did well in that. And I would use it as a carry-on. I think I could get 6 in that. And then if any one of those monitors got knocked, you'd have to reset, go into display settings and reset the entire thing. And it was a pain in the butt. So eventually I figured out that I could trade on 2 27-inch 4Ks. And that's what I have now, like still in a Pelican case, ready to check his luggage on an airplane. And then.
So you got your go bag.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I've had quite a few different setups. So now it was just a matter of figuring out what screen size I wanted, how to correctly run it. What I didn't know, somebody else probably could have, but I was just figuring stuff out by myself on the fly. The different USB hubs, even if they say 4K, 60 hertz, blah, 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 or like on my Mac, the Thunderbolt hubs, not all of them are equal. So I learned that I had to buy like 3 different hubs and then send some of them back and then pick the one that worked.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's taken a while. It's been a lot of trial and error.
Oh, looks like you got it all set up now. Hopefully it works out for you.
Thanks. Now,
you could figure out this TOS lag, right?
Yeah, it feels like it's always something. It's God making me prove that I'm committed.
How long you been doing this full time?
I started trading in June of 2016. Well, maybe earlier in the year. I started the old class where the guy screams at people in June of 2016, but I was beginning to trade for a few months before that. And after a year or so, I quit my job. Work tried to give me some terms that I didn't like. And I looked down at my phone and I was in trades and I was up like 10 grand for the day. And I was like, no, I'm not doing your terms. And so I cried, but I quit. And then I was dating a guy that was in the military, and he came home and he said that they were making him deploy early. And the last time he had deployed, I lost a bunch of money. That was a big chunk of the money I was telling you guys about that I lost. I lost like 60 grand in about a month, maybe 6 weeks. So I was like, well, I don't really want to sit here and stare at screens while you're in Afghanistan. So I went back to work, and I worked again from 2018, worked again for about a year. And then I just went back to full-time trading. So August of 2019 was the last time I worked.
Nice. Yeah, no, I've been out of work since the end of May, so I'm just trying to start out now. But I mean, I've been trading since 2013, but not full time, obviously.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's different when you know your money is coming from your trades.
Yeah, definitely more stressful, I'd say.
Yeah, and I find I trade differently. Like I get out with more conservative gains. I don't try to push it. I'm happy just taking like quick gains and like flipping it constantly, as opposed to like trying to find whales, being like, oh, this is gonna be the biggest move Amazon's had all year. I'm gonna stay in it and ride it out. I'm like, no, I'm good. I caught this chunk and it starts moving again. I'll catch the next chunk.
That's all. I mean, that's awesome though. That's gotta be tough. That's gotta be tough having a boyfriend deployed overseas though. I mean,
it was awful.
Yeah, I mean, just I don't have anyone in the military, but I can't imagine being in a relationship with someone and having them halfway around the world fighting in a war. That would just be the most nerve-wracking thing ever.
Well, and at first I had no idea what it was going to be like. And my crash course was, he went away for a few days, and all of a sudden it turned out to be an old, inaccurate memory. It was accurate, but like, I don't know, 10 years before, 10 years before, not current. And it said helicopter went down full of whatever.
Right, yeah.
He was in. Helicopter went down, and 17 killed. And he was gone. And so I didn't get off the couch.
Right, yeah.
I was wearing his clothes. I was in trades. I didn't care. Like, I just thought he was dead.
Yeah.
That was in Florida, right? It was a train. No?
It was in Afghanistan.
Oh, because I know they had them.
Afghanistan, but in like 2007 it happened.
What branch was he a Marine or was he Army? What was he?
Navy.
Oh, Navy. Oh, wow. Is he a SEAL?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a really good friend from grad school in my MBA program who's a SEAL. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a crazy motherfucker.
Yeah.
I mean, not like, not crazy like.
Very intense.
Yeah, he's not crazy in that, like, kind of like you walk up to him scary. It's not like that. He's like a kooky guy.
Okay.
Like he's like the kind of guy who, I mean, he was just good at everything. But
yeah.
But he wasn't like the biggest guy you ever saw.
No, they're small.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't like that. But he was like the kind of guy who, if you got stuck in the wilderness, you'd be like, I want you with me.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? So it was like that, so,
Yeah.
But he's one of my dear friends, even to this day.
Nice.
So, and I used to always, I mean, I'm a sarcastic guy. So, I mean, we were really close. So I used to constantly mess with him because, I mean, I knew he was a SEAL. And like, I would always be like, you better not give me any shit today because I'm going to kick your ass. And he would look at me, he'd be like, okay, Weiss. And then I just did, you know what I mean? And I was just like, always like, yeah, whatever. I'm going to totally kick your ass. And then he would be like, Weiss, don't make me embarrass you in front of the whole room and like slit your throat. Stuff like that. I just like, I would constantly try to like get a rise at him, but they're so calm, you know what I mean? So I could never get a rise at him, it was like, whatever, So I'm like, Jay, one of these days I am going to get you to lose it. He's like, you're not going to get me to lose it. He's like, I've been through a lot worse.
Yeah.
It was just awesome. Like I said, just so fun.
Yeah.
They're a special breed, those guys.
Yeah. They're good people too. Most of them are. They can be dicks too.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Strong-minded, good hearts.
No, definitely. No, he was a humble guy. I mean, there's definitely the meathead type.
And they're cocky at the same time.
Right. He wasn't like that. He came from a military family. His dad was an admiral. So, I mean, he had a different view on the military. It wasn't like, oh my God, the military, great, everything, I'm the best, I want to be, he had more of a like, I went to the Naval Academy. I'm a SEAL. It's what I do. It
That's
wasn't,
awesome.
yeah, it didn't like define his whole life where all he did was talk about it. So he was probably the cool kind of a SEAL.
Nice. Where does he live now?
He's back east now. He was in San Diego for a while because, you know.
Oh, is he in Virginia Beach?
What's that?
Is he in Virginia Beach?
No, he's not in the service anymore. I mean, but he was back near Annapolis area. Then he was in San Diego for a long time, and that's where he loved to be there. And he reluctantly left, I think, for work. But that's all he talked about when we were in grad school together. It was like, oh, I'm going to San Diego. I'm going back to San Diego. I'm going to San Diego. But that's not where he was born. But you know, he just had so many contacts and friends out there because of the military.
Do you know what team he was on?
Don't. I do remember that because me and all my friends, we were extremely close. All of us, that, you know, we used to ask him all the questions that you're not allowed to ask, and he would never answer them. But we would just get drunk and ask him. So I don't think there was a day that went by that we'd ask him just like, Jay, how many people have you killed? And he would just look at us and be like, I can't answer that. Okay, well, we're going to ask you tomorrow.
Actually,
Okay.
but it's a code.
Right, but we would do it on purpose because we knew he couldn't answer it. But one day he did actually do something that was incredibly cool. I mean, again, we knew he couldn't, so like it wasn't like we were trying. You know, we would ask him the questions as a joke because we knew we weren't expecting answers. So we would always be like, "What are the questions you can't answer? I can't answer these." Great. How many people did you kill? You know, like we would just constantly torture him. You know, but the one thing he did do the one day, which was really, really cool, was we asked him about Afghanistan a lot because he was sent there. So, I mean, I can talk about this, right? Because obviously some of it's confidential. So, I mean, but he did say, like, I can't tell you anything about my missions, but I can tell you that when we got bombed on September 11th, and you guys found out that there were people in Afghanistan before we announced we were going to Afghanistan. He goes, I was one of those people. So I was like, wow, that's pretty sick, right? So he was like one of those special forces that went in there, right, to see, like, lay the groundwork, so to speak, before the invasion. And
Nice.
then he never really talked about his mission because he couldn't do that. But he did have a book that was like a picture book of some of his time that he was there. And he was like, well, I can show you one thing. And so none of it was like classified stuff. And it was basically pictures of him with people he met while he was stationed.
Mm-hmm.
And he had all these crazy pictures of him basically completely made to look like an Afghan, like his beard.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And like, you know, all the I don't know what you know, but like whatever he did to try to fit in. And then he had met so many Afghanis. So he had all these pictures where he was basically posing with like the people he met that actually helped him, you know, like the freedom fighters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And those pictures are really cool. Like to see that he was like, yeah, he's like, you wouldn't believe like how many really nice Afghani people I met. And when we saw the pictures of him looking like he was basically from Afghanistan, like you couldn't even tell a difference. I was like, wow, that's freaking amazing.
Yeah, there are a lot of white people in Afghanistan. They're mixed with Spanish.
Yeah. I mean, he was like dressed like in their complete garb. I mean, you could not see his face. He had more hair on his face and his head. You know what I mean? They were very, yeah. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, the military sends them to different schools to like learn how to pick locks, learn how to jump cars, and learn how to do disguises. So one time I said, I miss you, or I said, I miss your face. And he sent me a picture of himself, like selfies, making like duck lips with all of these different wigs and disguises.